Very good afternoon to one and all as we welcome you once again to 360 TV's coverage of the Carnival of Speed put on by Team DPS. This is day 2 coming to you here live from the National Cycling Velodrome in Balmain, Vancouver. A very good afternoon to you once again. I'm Rusky Mark, thanking you so much for joining us, and we hope you could stay with us throughout the afternoon and into tonight. We anticipate some real dashing performances. In fact, we're getting ready for the qualifiers for the sprint event, the flying 200s and the junior riders, 4 of them already on the wall as they get ready to showcase their capabilities for us here today, and we'll see how they progress. This of course is one of the events that people look forward to with tremendous anticipation because it's really about speed and awesome speed, to be frank with you. This is what they live for. Guys train all their lives just so they'll be able to perform at a high level in this event. And I was making a joke some time ago when 10 seconds flat used to be an amazing time. Now guys are dipping under that with regularity now, and you probably wouldn't even qualify if you just go under 10 seconds. You have to be so much faster now, under 10 seconds, and so much 9 something is really, and when you consider what 9:1 is the world record by Nicholas Paul, so you understand how the whole dynamic has changed, and the speed endurance that the riders have been able to accomplish now suggests that it could get even faster as time progresses. So it's really an amazing event, and this is where it all starts. We have the qualifiers for the qualifying for the flight 200.
Is Darnell James of Trinidad and Tobago in the colors of Arima Wheelers.
So Darnell James, 3 laps, and he will get his gear up to the point where he feels he gets it firm and hard, so that he could really get maximum from his efforts. And so he goes high on the bank, just building and building as he goes around, trying to get his timing right, get his speed right up. And this is where you see him coming down now as he starts to accelerate, really starts to push it now.
The tall man out of Arima Wheelers, Darnell James, looking to put on his best time. He qualified last time around in a time of 11.51. That's the bell for Darnell James. Into the 200-meter mark, looking very quick. James. As he comes to stop the clock. 11.394 seconds for Darnell James. 11.394 seconds.
So you get the impression that he went faster than he did a couple of nights ago. So, which is good, because as a rider you want to show progress at all times, and you just saw the progress that he's done in the flying 200, 11.394. As a junior athlete, it's a good time.
Also of Trinidad and Tobago, wearing the colors of the JLD Cycling Academy. This is your junior sprint champion of 2023, Sindel Samaru.
de la categoría Junior.
Samaru takes the bell. Number 121. Time to beat 11.394. Samaru is moving as he comes to the line. 10.734 seconds for Sindel Samaru, a new best time.
So what a fantastic ride that is from Sindel Samaru there. 10.734 as a junior, and of course you can see why
Those
he is the junior
our only
sprint
two
champion.
junior cyclists that would take the start
So-
line today. John L. James and Sindel Samaru both have a very bright future ahead of them in the sport of cycling.
So they are the only two juniors who will be competing today.
Next up we have out of West Africa, Burkina Faso to be exact, Abdul Iman.
La categoría E en la pista en este momento, representante de Burkina Faso, Abdul Iman.
Last time Abdul touched the track, he set a time of 11.670 seconds. He'll be seeking to better that time this time around. As he goes into the 200-meter mark now, Abdul Iman of Burkina Faso. Coming to the line, 11.382, 11.382.
I would suggest that he is faster than he was last time, a couple of nights ago, 11.382 as opposed to 11.670 the last time out.
From last time out, a great ride by the cyclist out of Burkina Faso. Next up, Trinidad and Tobago's Michael Aki, wearing the colors of the Evolution Cycling Academy.
So Michael Aki is the next man up from Trinidad and Tobago, but the Evolution Cycling Academy rider.
He has a personal best time in this event of 11.0 seconds. Into the 200-meter mark, Michael Aki of the Evolution Cycling Academy. 11.075 seconds for Michael Aki. Very quick indeed. Still the best time on the track, Sindel Samaru, 10.734.
So 11.075, just a fraction slower than he was as his personal best of 11 seconds flat.
On the track, Tak Makino of the United States of America. Makino is a multiple Texas state champion and set a time of 11.39 last time out.
So Makino trying to get it into gear here, going very high, looking to get the most out of the track.
That's the bell for Tak Makino of the USA. Time to beat 10.734 seconds. As we await the official time for Tak Makeno,
Esperamos por los resultados. Esperamos por los resultados oficiales.
Tak Makeno 11.365 seconds. Tak Makeno 11.365.
Just going a little bit faster than his 11.39 a couple nights ago.
11.365 segundos.
On the track right now, we have a national road champion of Suriname, Xavi Wadili.
Y en la pista, en estos momentos, el representante de Surinam, Xavi Wadili.
Xavi comes to the line. 11.469 for Xavi Wadili.
El tiempo realizado por el representante de Surinam, 11.469 segundos.
So we have Zion Pulido on the track now. So Wadili with 11.469. And I can't remember the time to beat 10.734.
That is Zion Pulido of Trinidad and Tobago, wearing the colors of Rigtech Sonics.
Pulido, of course, has been a Pan Am sprint champion with Trinidad and Tobago in the team sprint.
10.734 by Sindel Samaru.
And again, working along with Chrissy Brown and Nicholas Pauls and Pulido, I'm sure will want to be back on that team when they try to defend their titles.
La pista, representante de Trinidad y Tobago.
Here he goes now, starting to wind it up here quickly as he heads for the bell.
Zion Pulido into the 200-meter mark. Looking very fast indeed, Zion Pulido. 10.818 seconds for Zion Pulido. 10.818.
That's second fastest so far, behind the 10.7 set by Sindel Samri. When you consider Sindel is a junior, he's a national junior sprint champion. So Zion Pulido just outside of his mark.
On to our second under 23 cyclist, that is Samuel Maloney of Trinidad and Tobago, wearing the colors of Team DPS.
There goes Samuel Maloney, getting bell.
Suena la campana para el representante de Trinidad y Tobago, Samuel Maloney.
The youngster Maloney coming to the line. 11.253 seconds.
Un tiempo de 11.253 segundos.
So a good time for Samuel.
3 cyclists thus far.
Again, he's riding in the under 23 category as well. So we have two juniors.
Next up we have, out of Costa Rica, Naib Leandro.
Leandro has been battling all week long Trying his best to get into the medals.
11.199 seconds. He'll be looking to better that time this time around as Leandro takes the bell. Leandro comes to the line. 11.133 seconds for Leandro of Costa Rica.
And again, that's an improvement on his 11.199, just fractionally faster.
Still the fastest time on the track, 10.734 by Sindel Samaru. I'm seeing the Red Army. They're pouring into the velodrome slowly but surely. So I think we know what that means.
And what that means is that Nicholas Paul will more than likely take to the track today for the sprint event. He didn't feature in the keirin yesterday, but more than likely he'll be here today to try to please his fans. Devante Lawrence is on track now.
Arima Wheelers, Trinidad and Tobago, another under-23 cyclist. Flying into the 200 meters, it is Lawrence against the clock. $11.321 for Devante Lawrence.
So Devante Lawrence, the son of Kwame Lawrence, the journalist with the Trinidad Express newspaper, and really showing good quality
as well, wearing the colors of Arima Wheelers. That is Kyle Carabai. Carabai has a personal best in this event of 10.98 seconds.
So Kyle Carabai, who has done very well, rode with the big boys yesterday, more than held his own. So I'm sure he'll be coming back today to try to maintain that status. So here comes Carabai now as he starts to get things loose. As he takes the bell.
That's the bell for Kyle Carabai. Carabai is flying down the back straight. Comes to the line. 11.023 for Kyle Carabai, 11.023.
So 11.023 for Kyle Carabai from Arima Wheelers. And we have yet another Arima Wheelers right on the track.
Of Trinidad and Tobago, wearing the colors of the Arima Wheelers Cycle Club.
That's Ryan Dabro.
The last one is under the 23.
He is our last under 23 cyclist in this event, Ryan Dabro.
These are just the next wave of sprinters, young sprinters trying to establish themselves among the big boys.
That's the bell for Ryan Dabro.
Of course, many of them have Kwesi Brown as their hero, and with good reason.
Dabro looking very good coming to the line. 10.974 for Ryan Dabro. 10.974 seconds.
And that's a pretty good time for Ryan Dabro. And the third rider to dip under 11 seconds. All of them are Trinidadians and home-based
Dabro
riders.
essentially matched his time from the last time he was on the track. Our final on the 23. And we move into, that is Edgar Verdugo of Mexico.
La pista por la categoría élite, representante de México, Edgar Verdugo Osuna.
A bronze medalist at the Pan American Games out of Mexico. Verdugo is flying into the 200-meter mark. The cyclist out of Mexico, let's see where he'll stop the clock. .515 seconds. A new fastest time, 10.515 seconds.
Y el tiempo realizado por el representante de
And that is the fastest time for the day here. Just bettering the 10.7 posted by Sedel Samru.
los momentos el mejor tiempo por la categoría élite, representante de México, Edgar Verdugo Osuna.
Next on the track, out of Jamaica, wearing the colors of the PSL Cycle Club, that is Daniel Palmer.
Palmer looks very comfortable right now. Needs to get his speed up though, because he's getting to
Daniel
the 200.
Palmer of Jamaica comes for the bell. Number 131. Looking very fast indeed, Daniel Palmer. 11.082 for Daniel Palmer.
El tiempo realizado por el representante de Jamaica, Daniel Palmer, 11.082 segundos.
Going faster than on Wednesday. The big man out of Colombia, former keirin world champion and a multi-Pan American champion, Fabian Hernando Puerta Zapata.
En la pista en estos momentos el representante de Colombia, Fabián Hernando Puerta Zapata.
Time to beat 10.515. That is your fastest time. Zapata clad in all black this afternoon. He means business. This, of course, is the Carnival of Speed right here in Trinidad and Tobago. Zapata goes into the back straight. Very strongly. A new best time, 10.235 seconds.
Y se posiciona en primer lugar el representante de Colombia.
So that's the fastest time today. Fabian Zapata. But they all have to be mindful that
It's getting faster and faster, ladies and gentlemen.
that Nicholas Paul is scheduled to ride, and he will probably ride last today.
Cyclists. The Canadian James Hedgecock is now on the track with us, an 18-time national champion of Canada. Hedgecock winds that gear up. Number 112. If you blink, you may have missed it. James Hedgecock of Canada. 10.140. A new best time.
So we're getting faster and faster as the better riders, the stronger riders, hit the track.
We are in to the final 5. On the track right now, that is none other than Quincy Alexander of Trinidad and Tobago, wearing the colors of PSL.
Quincy was once the national sprint champion, but he hasn't really been able to really kick on just yet.
10.283.
And there is Nicholas Paul. That's the man all these fans are waiting for to see.
That's the bell, Quincy Alexander. 10.140 to beat. As he comes to the line, 10.242 for Quincy Alexander, 10.242.
Just outside the fastest time, but a pretty good time, 10.242, just behind Zapata, 10.235. And there again is Nicholas Paul as he weakened there with Elijah Green. That's the world fastest man in this event, the world record holder.
He won the keirin last Wednesday. He won the keirin last evening. And he is here to set his fastest time. Who will dip below 10 seconds? Callum Saunders of New Zealand. Very, very quick effort indeed by Saunders. 10.138. Callum Saunders, a new fastest time.
So that's the fastest man so far. But of course, all of that could change with the rider, the last rider to go, the world record holder in this particular event, the Flying 200. He's coming up after this rider who's on the track now.
Our penultimate cyclist, ladies and gentlemen, out of Canada. He was the fastest qualifier last time around. That is Ryan Dodick.
What can Dodick produce here? It must be a daunting task.
He was only
knowing that your fastest time mightn't be good enough.
Low 10 seconds last time out at Speed Paradise. Ryan Dodick into the 200 meters. And he is just eating it up. 9.930 for Ryan Dodick.
And that is a very fast time indeed from Dodick. So now you understand why he produced the fastest time a couple nights ago on this very track.
We are on to our for this 200-meter qualifying event. Ladies and gentlemen, your world record holder in this event, out of Trinidad and Tobago, Nicholas Paul.
So Nicholas Paul is on the track, and this is what the fans have been waiting for.
In the sprints and bronze in the keirin at the UCI Track Nations Cup in Canada. Paul goes into the final lap. Down the back straight, Nicholas Paul. As he comes for the line. 9.718 for Nicholas Paul of Trinidad and Tobago. A new fastest time, a new track record right here at Balmain Couva.
So there is the man of the moment, Nicholas Paul, again showing his capabilities and why he's so highly regarded all over the world. Every time he steps on the track, it seems he's doing something special. Nicholas Paul, 9.718, a track record here in Balmain Couva.
So stay tuned for that. But at this time, we move back trackside for event number 1 in the Women's Elite Omnium.
So Nicholas Paul putting on the fastest time, and this again, folks, is just the prelude to the actual racing that will come when they match up. One will go, if there's 16 riders, one will go against 16, 2 will go against 15, and so on until they bring it down to match up all the riders who would have qualified for the first round of the actual sprint event. But on the track, of course, the women, they are getting ready for their scratch race. The first one in the Omnium, 10 kilometers. So there is Nicholas Paul now coming off his bike. Elijah Green is there to greet him, and there is his family and friends, his mother and dad, Nicholas Paul with his Red Army. And that's what they're here for, to see their favorite son perform, and he didn't disappoint them so far. So it means they're going to be glued the rest of this evening as the sprint heats up.
4 events: scratch race, the tempo race, the elimination, and the points race. So we'll be starting with a 7.5 kilometer scratch race. That is 30 laps of this 250 meter velodrome. Points are awarded based on your finishing position, and the points gathered over the entire Omnium event determines your overall standing.
Trinidad and Tobago will be represented here again by Ramirez. You have Cheyenne Y in there, and Phoebe Sandy also in the mix. And we also have from Arima Wheelers, Trinidad and Tobago, another young sprinter from TNT also entered for this event. So Cheyenne Y in third wheel for the moment. 2 wheels further back you have Alexi.
It will be a rolling start for our elite women in this scratch race, event number 1 of the Omnium. Amber Joseph, Cheyenne Y, Maria Gactiola Gonzalez, Delia Palmer, Alexi Ramirez, Rihanna Paris Smith, Phoebe Sandy, Iona Moya, Tashana Dalga, and Yareli Mendoza. That's your field of 12, and that's the start.
30 laps for these ladies. Again, they will be granted points based on how they finish the 30-lap event. And this is the start of the Omnium. $40 points for first, 38 for second, 36 for third, and 34 for fourth place. So they will be trying their best to see if they could just weather the storm. This is I'm not sure the pace that they'll want to set in this. They could either go out strong and try to burn off the lesser riders, or they can wait and then try to get a big sprint at the end.
First place gets 40 points, second place 38, third place 36, and so on and so forth.
So here we have our first little attack from Mexico, just trying to heat it up there, Gonzalez. But China Y has her covered. Amber Joseph of Barbados in the white top, just tucked in there in fourth wheel right now.
Some of our cyclists deciding that 30 laps are too much. Yareli Mendoza, Amber Joseph, Maria Gactiola Gonzalez, Alexi Ramirez, Cheyenne Y, Iona Moya, Rihanna Paris Smith. Those are your cyclists on the track.
So again, the speed that they're keeping, several of the riders have decided that they just wanted to kind of loosen up their legs, and they're not going to take any further part in this one. And the problem with the Omnium is that you have to finish all 4 events.
Diego moves off the front. This is day number 2 of the Carnival of Speed, right here at the National Cycling Center, Balmain, Vancouver.
Alexi Ramirez has bolted, so she is now the leader of the race. Now she's the kind of rider that could stay out there for long periods. She's really like a time trialist. She just kind of puts her head down and just churns over with her legs. But the other riders, I'm sure, will want to avoid that and avoid being caught by her. So, but they have to work together. That's the key here, because Alexi Ramirez is certainly capable of lapping this field if they're not prepared to work in front. As she comes back quickly now, she's closing and she's gaining all the time. And once they connect, then everybody could sprint. So, but Alexi Ramirez has gone to front now.
A wide range of bicycle.
So she's no doubt very talented. She's strong, probably not the best sprinter. Now the others have realized what is happening, and they've decided to put the move on, get a move on here, and deciding China Y just not strong enough to hang with them, and she gets passed by Alexi Ramirez, and I don't think she could hold on to Ramirez's wheel, China Y. So here she goes again, taking the lead. She'll see 16 laps to go as she speeds around the track here. Still pushing, still trying to catch up to the front 3. Of course, based in Miami at the moment and riding out of the United States. And so she's pretty much in tune with what is happening. She's not too far from Trinidad and Tobago at any time. She's just a plane ride away and is able to travel between the US and Trinidad quite frequently to compete. And represent Trinidad and Tobago whenever called upon. But you look at her position on the bike, you could see she's like a time trialist here. It's just her legs moving right now.
Still in this event, ladies and gentlemen, we also have Cheyenne Y, the young stout of Trinidad and Tobago. She's been doing an excellent job keeping up with these endurance experts, I'd like to call them. Cheyenne Y has developed quite a lot.
Now Cheyenne Y has already been lapped, so she is just trying to
The
hang on
starter
here.
points at Alexi Ramirez, the lead on the track.
12 laps to go. And that's the thing, she can in fact stay out there for the 12 laps. The problem is for her, the two Mexicans are right there. Now they could just kind of settle there and dispute second and third because it's just 2 points the difference between first, second, and third. Well, two between first and second, and 2 between second and third. So it's just a question of, do they feel that they need to put in that extra effort? Now Ramirez could connect with them, and then everybody will sprint after that. So she's right there in the mix. Does she get extra points for connecting? I'm not sure that will cry here. Everybody will get to sprint now.
Alexi Ramirez laps the bunch. An excellent ride by Ramirez of Trinidad and Tobago.
So now, with 9 laps to go, she would probably try to recover for the next 3 or 4 laps, but that is the problem. The Mexicans know that, and they're going to just try to hot it up here, one after the other, just to see if they could burn her off. They won't let her relax too much, but here she goes again. She has the same sort of tendencies that Akil Campbell has. They get antsy in the bunch, and they always feel that they need to be working. Once they're racing, they should be flying. But I suppose strategy is important here, so she probably just needs to use these laps to rest and not use up too much energy.
Gonzalez of Mexico, Amber Joseph of Barbados, Alexi Ramirez of Trinidad and Tobago, Yareli Mendoza of Mexico.
So Mendoza, right at the back of the bunch here, in the black helmet. She's just keeping tabs on what is happening in front of her. You can see the two Mexican riders. They're probably trying to set it up so that they can work together. With 6 laps to go, they're probably trying to see if they could just sneak away, just that little bit. You see one take the lead, and the other will kind of hold up the bunch, and then allowing the other one to try to sneak away. But Alexi Ramirez and Amber Joseph alert to that strategy, and they're just trying to keep them honest, as they say, and not allow them to dictate how this race is going to pan out in the end.
Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this was a 7.5 kilometer scratch race. Not an easy event by any means, and this is, of course, only event number 1 of the Omnium.
So with 3 laps to go, Alexi Ramirez now holds the lead, and
2 laps to go for our elite woman in this scratch race.
this is where it gets difficult.
5
for
cyclists still.
her. This is where it gets difficult for her because she's not the best sprinter
Mexico
in
by
this
2.
bunch. Amber
Trinidad
Joseph
and
of
Tobago.
Barbados in the white might be favored as alongside Gonzalez of Mexico in the white helmet and the green pants. Here they go.
That brings us to the finish of event number 1 of the Elite Women's Omnium. Ladies and gentlemen, Alexi Ramirez of Trinidad and Tobago. A stellar ride by her, lapping the bunch very early on, taking maximum points.
So Alexi Ramirez, by virtue of lapping the field, she didn't have to sprint with them. Still, she would have won the race because she was a lap up on them. 38 points to Amber Joseph of Barbados and Maria Gonzalez of Mexico.
And we move into event number 3 on our program, the quarter-final round of the men's sprint.
So this is where the matchups are made, and so you get to see who will ride against whom based on the times that they were able to produce in the flying 200. And remember, we have the Red Army in position because they are anxious to see the homeboy.
In the elite men quarterfinals.
Here they are, the Red Army, the family and friends of Nicholas Paul, the pride of San Fernando and all of Trinidad and Tobago.
In quarterfinal number 1, we have Nicholas Paul meeting Zion Pulido. Trinidad and Tobago versus Trinidad and Tobago. The quarterfinals will be 1 ride to qualify for the semis.
So you heard it there, Nicholas Paul against Zion Pulido, teammates on the national team that won the gold medal in the team sprint event. And here they go against each other. The only one missing really from all of this is Quincy Brown. He was involved in yesterday's action. Paul skipped yesterday's action to rest up for today. And Quincy just had a miscalculation on that second to last lap of the keirin when he seemed poised to win it. Just seemed to check. I'm not sure why he checked. If he probably was overstriding, I'm not quite sure what happened. But by the time he got it back into gear, he just got nosed out on the line. Just couldn't catch up in time. And Saunders took the keirin title from
Quarterfinal number 1, Nicholas Paul, Zion Pulido.
From Quincy Brown.
We will see Ryan Doddick meeting Edgar Verdugo. In quarterfinal number 3, Colum Saunders meets Quincy Alexander. And in quarterfinal number 4, James Hedgecock meets Fabian Zapata.
So there you have the matchups. Paul against Pulido. Of course, Dokic against Verdugo. Saunders against Alexander, and Hedgecock against Zapata. So three Trinidad and Tobago riders involved here. Unfortunately, it's a TNT against TNT. First up here, Pulido on the inside, and Nicholas Paul on the outside or higher up on the bank. So Pulido will lead out.
Start. Quarterfinal number 1. Zion Pulido leads Nicholas Paul.
It must be a daunting task to know that the man you're up against is so much faster than you are, so much stronger than you are, and it's just one ride. This is not a best of 3 to advance. It's one ride, and you're out. So Pulido must be thinking he has to do something extraordinary. And remember, the riders must maintain at least a walking pace. They can't bring the bike to a complete stop like they used to long ago for any extended period of time. Before, guys used to go high up on the bank and block their opponents and try to hold them there and see how long they can stay there and burn their legs right there as they try to hold their balance on a sloping track. It's not easy to do. And so anything that they could try to get away with, but now the UCI have decided you must at least be rolling at a walking pace during the first 2 laps or so, and then of course you sprint at the end. So already Trinidad and Tobago has tasted a victory with Alexei Ramirez winning the first race, the 10-kilometer ride in the scratch race in the Omnium. And of course, Nicholas Paul was fastest in the flying 200. Hence the reason why he is facing the 8th fastest man here right now, Zion Polido, also of Trinidad and Tobago, and team Rick Texonic. So here goes Paul now. This is going to be problems here for Polido. Paul just kind of backs off, takes him high as they come for the bell.
They are wheel to wheel into the final lap. Zion Polido and Nicholas Paul.
And there goes Paul. Easy.
Nicholas Paul, ladies and gentlemen, Zion Polido doing his best. A great opportunity for Zion to race against Paul with his experience and speed. Nicholas Paul takes quarterfinal number 1.
So very comfortable indeed. So Paul takes that ride and is through to the semifinals, and the fans are adoring it, they're loving it. That's what they're here for, as they came to see their son and their neighbor, the pride of their community and of Trinidad and Tobago. And so far, so good, Nicholas Paul. He won this event a couple nights ago, so they'll be hoping that he repeats as the sprint champion yet again.
We see the Mexican Edgar Verdugo Osuna coming up against Ryan, Canada. It is Verdugo on the inside, Ryan Dodick on the outside.
So Dodick, you could see him in his Canadian colors on the top closer to the railing. Sitting up high in the saddle right now. So Nicholas Paul already through. So Verdugo will lead off.
Edgar Verdugo of Mexico leads Ryan Dodick of Canada.
So again, a little cat and mouse between the riders, but they're keeping a pretty decent pace. And they're not backing off, and so they are actually trying to get this over with quickly.
Of Mexico leads Dodick of Canada. 1 ride to qualify for the semifinals.
Keeping it high, keeping it as high as possible, not giving him room on the inside. Let's see who dips
Verdugo
first.
leads into the final lap. They are wheel to wheel, very high up on the track.
But look at the experience of the man from Canada.
1 ride to qualify. Ryan Dodick of Canada crosses the line ahead of Verdugo of Mexico and takes that one officially.
So again, good strategy. Again, no panic, even though he was kept high, and Verdugo was trying to see if he could keep him high and then kind of dip quicker than him, and earlier he did that, but again, Dodic, no panic at all, stayed high and came very late indeed and held his lean.
It is Callum Saunders of New Zealand meeting Quincy Alexander of PSL.
So Quincy Alexander has his hands full here with Callum Saunders. Remember, this is the man who won the keirin last night, and he will be, I'm sure, will have designs on doing the double within the keirin and the sprint event.
After these quarterfinal rides, we go into the keirin semi-final for elite women.
And that's something to look forward to there. We had a fun keirin event for men last evening. And there you can see at the bottom of the screen, the president of the Cycling Federation, Rowena Williams, in the sleeveless top, chatting there with Gregory Dandred, one of the officials of the Cycling Federation. So once again, we're live here on 360 TV of the second and final night of the Carnival of Speed, put on by Dry Face Sport, and we're getting ready for the third rider. Saunders against Alexander. Alexander in front from Team PSL and Trinidad and Tobago. Callum Saunders is a seasoned rider, very experienced. Just giving Quincy Alexander some room. Alexander has to be careful. Look at how quickly Saunders is winding up his gear here. This could be fast. No matter what kind of lead Alexander has, Saunders could cover
Quincy
it.
Alexander leads into the final lap. Leads Callum Saunders. Look at the speed of these cyclists, ladies and gentlemen. Very, very close on the line. As we await the officials to...
Look at the replay here. Who got there? Whoa! That was tight. Very tight indeed. Quincy put on a good ride there. Did he get the better of Saunders? And the naked eye, it looks like he did, but Saunders was flying on the outside. And sometimes
there are certain things that the officials look for in a sprint event. There are certain rules that should be adhered to
and
by
Quincy
all
might have
sprinters.
just cut his sprinter's lean.
So time to time, we do have the officials reviewing the actions of the cyclists in order to make the fair decision. Of course, this is a UCI Class 2 event. All rules and regulations must be adhered to the highest international standards. And we thank the commissaires of the Trinidad and Tobago Cycling Federation for all their assistance.
And I must say, there was it looked like a violation on the part of Quincy Alexander, but the officials, I suppose, will have to sort that out, because he just seemed to almost widen on Saunders as Saunders was coming down the bank. And so it's almost like if his lane was cut off from him. I didn't see him raise his hands to protest, but the officials are strategically placed around the track, so they would have spotted it.
On the track right now, we have the cyclist for final quarter-final event. That is James Hedgecock of Canada on the outside, Fabian Zapata of Colombia on the inside.
So Hitchcock against Zapata. Canada against Colombia. Colombia, renowned cycling nation.
Communication from our commissaires. Quincy Alexander has been relegated from that quarterfinal ride for leaving the sprinters lane. Therefore, Callum Saunders of New Zealand would qualify into the semifinals.
So who actually crossed the line first really didn't matter again, and I want to believe Quincy might have just gotten up there and nipped it at the line. But again, just when the sprint started, he just seemed to widen. He left his lane and actually encroached on the other lane.
Of the Carnival of Speed, put on by Team Drive Phase Sport.
Look at how long they've taken the
into the final lap. Hedgecock leads Zapata. Canada leads Colombia. This is going to be close.
Zapata.
Fabian Zapata qualifies for the semifinals.
Just look at it again. Look at how far he was. He was about 2 or 3 bicycle lengths behind when they passed the start-finish line initially. But then look at how quickly Zapata closed the gap. And by the time they were taking the final bend, he was already in striking distance. And once he got alongside him, he had more momentum and was able to just glide through to the line by just about a wheel length to advance to the semifinals. So Paul, Dodick, Saunders, and Hedgecock are through to the semifinals. That ought to be very interesting, and those semis will be best of 3. So we'll see how they go. So now we're getting ready for the women's Omnium.
So ladies and gentlemen,
or the keirin event.
We bring the carnival, the cyclists bring the speed. When you put it together, we get the Carnival of Speed. Team DPS doing an excellent job putting on this 4 days of events. We had Speed Paradise on Wednesday and Thursday, and Saturday and Sunday, the Carnival of Speed. This is what cycling is in Trinidad and Tobago, when you bring the best of the best under one roof here at the National Cycling Center. Shout out to the entire Team DPS organizing committee for a job well done. As our elite women take the line for keirin heat number 1.
So we're just looking at the riders in the keirin event, getting ready to do battle.
So these are the cyclists in heat number 1. On the inside, Keirin Wallace of Trinidad and Tobago, racing in the colors of the JLD Cycling Academy. Keirin Wallace, ladies and gentlemen, will be representing Trinidad and Tobago at the upcoming Junior Pan Am Games in Paraguay next month. She is our lone woman representative out of Trinidad and Tobago. Above her, we have Tashana Dalga of Suriname, Amber Joseph of Barbados, Iona Moya of Great Britain, and Rihanna Paris Smith, also of Great Britain.
So here we go as the Derny takes to the track, and the riders will...
The keirin is, of course, a 6-lap event, total distance 6 laps, where they will follow the motorbike for 3 laps. In those 3 laps, the motorcycle will increase in speed gradually from around 30 kilometers an hour to approximately 50 kilometers an hour. After those 3 laps, the motorcycle leaves the track and it is all out racing from there on out. Top 3 cyclists to qualify for the gold medal final.
So it's 3 from 5. That's how it is broken down here. 3 to go into the semis or 2 into the final directly. And then 3 from the next heat. So everybody, here they go. As the Denny leaves the track now, it's business time.
Two laps to go for heat number 1 of the elite women's keirin event. Top 3 cyclists to qualify.
Keirin Wallace is in a tough position there because she has to look out for the rush over the top. And as expected, they all come rushing over. It's going to be tough for her.
Iona Moya, Tashana Dalga, and Rihanna Paris Smith, your top 3 unofficially qualifying for the gold medal final. Makaira Wallace and Amber Joseph will race in the 7 to 12 final.
And again, just when you're in that position, unless you have real power, it's hard to hold off the riders who have just been sort of gauging you all the way. And so sometimes it's better off when you just kind of pull it back and you assume that position from coming from behind. So it's always going to be tough for her in that position there. Being the first rider behind the Derny. So some of the spectators enjoying the cycling action here. Remember, children under 12 and seniors over 60 are allowed in free, and $60 for everybody else between the ages of, say, 13 and 59. So we're getting ready for the second heat in the women's keirin event.
This is semi-final number 2.
So this is the second semi-final.
That is Celeste Christian. Abigail Recio of Costa Rica is above her, followed by Delia Palma. Then the cyclist out of Mexico, that is Maria Gaxiola Gonzalez, Phoebe Sandy, and Alexi Ramirez.
So this is going to be a tough one for Ramirez, just having ridden the women's Omnium event. And so here she is again trying her luck in this one, but she gets a decent position. She will slot in
This is going to be a very fast semi-final event. Top 3 to qualify.
And Ramirez is not sort of noted for her sprinting, but in a short distance, like a 6-lap event, she may fancy her chances of at least getting into the top 3.
Elite sprint semi-final.
So the riders, again, the first 3 laps, they have to stay behind the Derny. They can't go past it. And they kind of ride in single file in their respective positions that they assumed on the track. at the start. Palmer in third place there. She is among the favorites. Gonzalez right behind her from Mexico, probably the overwhelming favorite in this one. In fact, she beat Palmer in the final of the sprints last evening. So they have a nice battle brewing. Phoebe Sandy in the Madonna Wheeler's colors in second to last position, or fourth, or fifth rather, and then sixth Ramirez in sixth place. The Derny is off the track. Here we go.
The bike is off, and it's every woman for herself.
Oh, there was a spill. Down goes Phoebe Sandy.
Phoebe Sandy goes down.
And I think they've called the race, for at least for the moment. There are two riders who
The
went
race
down, actually.
has been neutralized.
And it looks like the Trinidad pair of, actually it looked like Celeste Christian and Sandy might be the two riders who went over. But at least one rider is up. Sandy is yet to get back on her feet.
Celeste Christian up on her feet as the medical team attends to Phoebe Sandy. This is unfortunately the darker side of cycling, but it's always very important that our ever-present medical team is on hand. Well-trained expertise from the Community Hospital of the Seventh-day Adventists. Thank you so much for always being present.
And there's Kwame Lawrence at the bottom of your picture there. You never want to see riders go down at all. And so you want to make sure that they're okay at all times. And in addition to the riders, the officials will also have to inspect the track. As you could see there, look at the officials making sure. There goes, she just lost her wheel, it seems like. And Celeste Christian just kind of, as she was coming over, as she was making the turn, it's almost like the wheel, the handle turned in her hand, and she went over. But Phoebe Sandy was so close that she couldn't avoid hitting her. If you could see it here again, as they came around, did she touch a wheel? She did, yes, and that's what happened. And she went over, and look at how close Sandy was. She could do nothing there, and she just took the fall and went head over the handlebar. That's not the nicest scenario, I tell you. But now the officials will have to inspect the track just to make sure that there are no divots or no digs on the track. Remember, there's a wooden track. In the meantime, more and more fans piling in here. Youngsters, a lot of youngsters watching on, and which is good to see, because some of them, I'm sure, must be BMXers and must be longing for the day when their family and their parents could be here watching them perform on a stage like this one. And so now the officials are checking out the track just to make sure that there are no divots or no faults in the track. And sometimes this could take a while because they have to either fill it back. Sometimes it might just be some kind of tape or something that they're able to put there temporarily. But we'll see what exactly it is they're doing. Looks like a solution that they're applying just to make sure. Because remember, the bicycles, sometimes the handlebars or something might just dig the track as they're coming forward. And look at where that is. That is right there in the sprinter's lane. So imagine you're going at high speeds, and then all of a sudden your wheel hits something unexpectedly, or something that you don't expect there on the track, and it could change everything for a rider. And as we just saw there, if it's more than one rider sprinting at the same time, and then one all of a sudden has to either deviate because their wheel went into a little divot or fault on the track, that could throw off everybody. In fact, it could cause a big spill. So the officials have to make sure that the track isn't compromised in any way, form, or fashion. And hence the reason why we have this little delay. And But of course, as they do that, let me just remind you, we have some very important persons who made all of this possible as we bring in live coverage here on 360 TV for the Carnival of Speed put on by Team DPS. Tape that they're applying. You can see them just a strip of tape that they're laying down there just to be certain and just to make sure that everything holds together as it should. So they might have applied some kind of filling onto the track, and then they put the tape on it just to make sure it stays down there for as long as possible. And I suppose tomorrow they'll probably come back and do a more complete job of smoothing it out and making sure that it is back to its pristine situation. Now this track is, like I said, this is a 250 track. This is the same type of track that riders will ride at Pan Am Championships, World Championships, Grand Prix event, Olympic Games events. So any record that is set on a track like this, a certified track like this, will stand up no matter what. So hence the reason why they have to be so meticulous to make sure that everything is up to a certain standard, and so the officials are taking every precaution. And so we do apologize for the little delay, but that is the nature of the business here. As you could see, the fans are probably just waiting to get the resumption of the action. And Phoebe Sandy, though, has been taken off the track, and I'm not quite sure where she might be right now. I couldn't tell you if she's back on her feet as yet, but she was taken off the track. And but we also saw Celeste Christian walk off of a Holstein. I remember it's Christian who went down, and Phoebe Sandy was behind her, but because she was sprinting, she had no chance to get out of the way, and she went right over the bicycle of Celeste Christian.
That is Delia Palmer of Jamaica, Alexi Ramirez of Trinidad and Tobago, the Mexican Maria Gaxiola Gonzalez, Abigail Recio of Costa Rica is also there with us.
So those are
course,
the riders
the
who
Carnival
will
of
remain.
Speed.
The four of them will continue this event now that the track seems to be okay, and the riders are going to get back into position.
Instagram.
So we'll see how do they. I'm not sure if they will take them back through for all 6 laps, or how they're going to figure this one out. But it looks as if Celeste Christian is back on her bicycle, so she may actually be back ready to race again, which is a good sign, a very good sign, bearing in mind she was the one who went down, and Phoebe Sandy was the one who came from behind, but couldn't get out of harm's way, and she might have gotten the worst of the situation. Here, so that's the way it works out sometimes, not the easiest of situation. So Celeste is going to come back again. So Celeste Christian. So here goes the riders again as they get ready to restart this keirin event. The Denny is making its way. They'll get the whistle any moment now. There we go.
That's the start. 5 cyclists in this semi-final. Top 3 to qualify.
So unfortunately, Phoebe Sandy, who went down in that spill, is out. And but it's good to see Celeste Christian back in the saddle.
Let's get the music up a bit, DJ Brian.
So they, of course, will be trying to, now it's 3 of these riders will be hoping to advance to the final.
Remember, ladies,
So again, it starts at about 40 kilometers, 30 kilometers, and it builds up probably till about 50 kilometers per hour. And then once the journey exits the track, then the riders will do their bit.
cyclists in this keirin semis, it's a showdown. Top 3 to qualify.
Laps to go.
Abigail Recio of Costa Rica leads with 2 laps to go. That's the bell. Delia Palma of Jamaica leads into the final lap. Top 3 to qualify. Delia Palma, Abigail Recio, Celeste Christian will move into the semi-final round.
And again, once they realized that the 3 of them would qualify, they didn't really bother sprinting to any great degree. However, again, we saw Recio almost being impeded there by Celeste Christian. Once the riders are sprinting, you have to hold your lane. You have to hold that line. You cannot, you can't even shift left or right. She was coming on the inside and trying to kind of hold on to the wheel of Delia Palmer, and she might have just widened, as they say, opened up on her opponent there. But luckily, Recio, as experienced as she is, didn't really hold that line. She just widened and allowed her to come in, but she could so easily have stayed there, and then there might have been a little bumping and grinding, some extracurricular stuff. But we'll see how the officials deal with that.
Semi-finals, Ryan Dabro will meet Devontae Lawrence, and Kyle Carabai will meet Samuel Maloney.
So we have that under 23 sprint matchup.
than 22 years old.
So the semifinals will be a best 2 out of 3. So the cyclists must, of course, win 2 of the 3 events to qualify for the final.
So remember, the riders, they weigh their bicycles before every race. And so we're going to have an Arima Wheelers showdown here.
On the internet.
So the fans really have been treated to some fantastic riding, and I'm sure they're expecting more of the same at the moment. And there the youngster is giving his dad a head rub. I'm not quite sure what he's trying to do, but he was giving him a good work over there. So again, we're getting ready for more sprinting action here. If you're just joining us, you missed the flying 200, and that is where Nicholas Paul showed up. He didn't ride yesterday in the first day of the Carnival of Speed, but he rode, remember, in the Speed Paradise on Wednesday and Thursday, and did a fantastic
Ryan
job.
Dabro versus Vontae Lawrence.
So Devontae Lawrence on the top will ride from behind, and Ryan Dabro, who is pretty quick, is going to lead out. All from Arima Wheelers, or both riders from Arima Wheelers, the same club that produced Kwesi Brown, and he is like the hero to these youngsters. That's the reason why they're into the sport right now, because they would have seen Kwesi Brown go from a BMXer to an Olympian, and many of them are following a similar path, hoping to also make it to the Olympics. And they would have represented Trinidad and Tobago at junior level, Pan Am Juniors, World Championship Juniors. Devontae Lawrence not too long ago. Here he is trying to get a lead.
Not only an event of speed, but strategy. Ryan Dabro and Devontae Lawrence of Arima Wheelers.
Dabro trying to keep him high. Let's see who's going to blink first.
The wheel as they go into the final lap. Ryan Dabro leads down the back straight. As they come to the line, Ryan Dabro unofficially takes that first ride.
So Ryan Dabro is showing good.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can do better for our
just coming out and taking that first ride, just holding off Devontae Lawrence. And again, I thought Devontae just allowed him to go, and just that split second proved crucial at the end, because he just ran out of real estate when the line came a little too soon. So Kyle Carabai, another Arima Wheelers rider, you could just see him just getting onto his bike. So again, another interesting battle coming up here. Again, these riders would have been riding against each other for some time. They have a pretty good idea of each other's strengths and weaknesses, maybe. I think Carby is probably going to be encouraged to just to get his wheel up, but he seems comfortable where he is.
Back to the track. Samuel Maloney leads Kyle Carby in this semi-final ride, number 1.
So this is a good showing for Arima Wheelers. They have 3 riders, 3 top-class sprinters in this age group category. These are all under 23 riders.
I can tell that this will be a very quick ride between these 2 youngsters. Kyle Carby leads into the final lap. Samuel Maloney on the outside, Carby on the inside. And that's how they will finish. Officially, Kyle Carby crosses the line ahead of Samuel Maloney.
So Kyle Carby takes the first ride and showing good determination, good speed, and good strategy as well. Once he got in front and he got on the inside, he put him up high on the bank, but he didn't just come down early. He waited and waited and waited, and then when he decided to come down, he put pressure on Maloney to stay with him and come over the top. Maloney realized early o'clock that that wasn't going to happen and decided to stay out. So Dabro wins the first ride. Kyle Carby also won the first ride hit. So Ryan Dabro also receives a warning for infringing on Devante Lawrence's path. But again, because these are young riders, you want to make sure that they understand the rules and they also understand the penalties that are associated with it. So you can't just allow them to do the wrong thing here, and then when they go to the World Championships or the Pan Ams, then it's like news to them. In other words, I could get away with that at home. No, this is a UCI event, so you have to apply the rules as it would be applied anywhere else in the world at an event of this. Now remember, this is a UCI level 2 event, so you have to be mindful of that, and just encourage them to do the right things all the way through, so that when they get to the next level, they understand how they're supposed to conduct themselves on the track. So we're getting ready once again, folks, for another big matchup.
Into the semi-final race ride number 1 for the elite men's sprint. Nicholas Paul of Trinidad and Tobago meets Fabian Hernando Puerta Zapata of Colombia.
This ought to be an interesting battle. When you consider Zapata had a 10.235 compared to a 9.718 for Nicholas Paul in the flying 200, Zapata knows that he's up against it here against Nicholas Paul, the rider from Trinidad and Tobago and the fastest man in the flying 200. And the fans over on that side must be beside themselves. They gotta almost reach out and touch me distance of Nicholas Paul. You see all the cameras are coming out so that they could get a good shot of him. Paul high up on, actually Paul is lower down. Zapata goes higher up now. The first ride in the best 2 out of 3. Paul will lead off in this first ride. Semi-final action, the match sprint.
Zapata qualified in a time of 10.235. Nicholas Paul qualified in a time of 9.711.
So again, Paul won this event a couple nights ago, so he's back on familiar territory, and he would have trained here at home on this track together with Quincy Brown for some time before heading back to the UCI Center where he's based. So now Zapata decides he's going to take it long.
2 laps to go. That's the bell. Nicholas Paul leads Fabian Zapata.
And this is
Paul from Zapata. Paul from Zapata.
and just too strong. That's the thing.
And that is how they will finish.
So Nicholas Paul again, the Red Army is in full support of Nicholas Paul, cheering him on every step of the way, as they just see the quality in his racing, the strategy, the counter moves, and this is all part of the learning curve. Remember, he's only 23 years old, so he's still learning the sport and learning the strategies that he could apply. So the more he faces, the more he will learn, and the more he could apply when he gets to that next level. It wouldn't be too unfamiliar to him. So Nicholas Paul on course here. He's won the first ride. He'll be back shortly for ride number 2. And the fastest man in the world, over 200 meters, showing you why. And what I always remind people, Nicholas Paul, when we first started out, was more of an endurance type rider. You were the longer races. And then he switched to the shorter sprints. But he had that ability to maintain his endurance, his stamina. And as a sprinter, he can also match other sprinters who try to take it long.
Ian Doddick of Canada on the inside. Callum Saunders of New Zealand on the outside.
So here we go, Doddick and Saunders. This ought to be an interesting one.
This is semi-final number 2, ride number 1. Doddick of Canada, Saunders of New Zealand.
Again, New Zealand would have produced so many world champions in the sprint events. So this is really a familiar scenario for somebody like Saunders. And he would want to keep the New Zealand flag flying here.
This is the Carnival of Speed.
Remember, he won the Keirin event last evening, number 128, Callum Saunders of New Zealand, beating Trinidad and Tobago's Quincy Brown by as they say. And I'm sure he'll want to get into the final and hopefully match wares with Nicholas Paul. Now he decides he's going to take the lead, so he's gone down. So he's going to try to dictate
Saunders
pace here now.
Leads Doddick, New Zealand leads Canada. Callum Saunders leads Ryan Doddick into the final lap. Semi-final number 2, ride number 1. It is Saunders from Doddick, Saunders from Doddick, Saunders.
Too strong, just too strong. Saunders is such an experienced rider. And now again, you could see the different strategies here. Most riders, as we saw earlier, tended to go up to meet the rider on the bank. Doddick decided no, he's going to stay down and wait for him to come down. But he was trying to match his speed. So as we saw Doddick trying to increase his speed and high up on the bank, Saunders kept his momentum going and matched his speed down on the inside. And when he came down, he was already ready to go to match him, and was able to hold him off in the end with a fine ride. So he takes the first one, Saunders. So that's a fantastic ride by him there. The ladies are going to be back out.
Of the women's elite Omnium. This is the tempo race. This is the 7.5 kilometer tempo race, 30 laps.
And of course the 30 lap event, or the 10-kilometer ride for these women.
Ranking going into the second event. In first place, we have Alexi Ramirez of Trinidad and Tobago with 40 points. Amber Joseph of Barbados with 38. Yareli Mendoza of Mexico with 36. Maria Antonieta Garciola Gonzalez of Mexico with 34. And Cheyenne Y of Trinidad and Tobago with 32. Those are your 5 cyclists remaining in this Omnium event.
So again, for winning the first race, she got 40 points. Second place went to Amber Joseph. Mendoza was third on 36. Gonzalez in fourth place on 34 points. And Awai on 32 in fifth place. Now the other riders, if you remember, dropped out of the first race. So they weren't able to come back. And so they cannot now come back and ride in the other events of the Omnium. You have to finish all the races, and they dropped out early in that first 30 lap scratch race, so they are not allowed to re-enter the event at this stage in the second race of the race. So these 5 riders are the ones who will compete the rest of the way. Gregory Dandrad will set them off. They have a rolling start, so they have a free lap. When they come back around, they'll get the whistle to officially start the race. So again, Ramirez, Joseph, Mendoza, Gonzalez, and Awai.
Gentlemen, I know many of you have been with us for all 4 days of racing. But just for those who need the reminder, the tempo race, it's a 30-lap event, and that's the start. It was a rolling start. After the first 5 laps, you will hear the bell. And every lap thereafter, the first cyclist to cross the line will receive 1 point. And the cyclist at the end of the event with the most amount of points will be determined as your winner. Pretty simple. Somewhat. It can get a bit confusing at times, especially with some very close sprints. The officials will determine who would take the points. And of course, if a cyclist is to lap the field, they can receive 20 points. And if a cyclist is lapped by the field, they lose 20 points.
So there you have them. They will ride until they get to the 5th lap. When they get the bell on that 5th lap, every lap after that will garner a point. So whoever crosses first will get the point. So here we go. This is the bell. So the next lap around, the rider that crosses the line first will get a point every lap, not every other lap, every lap. And here we go. There goes Joseph.
So for example, Amber Joseph of Barbados crosses the line first and receives 1 point. And because there is a point for every lap, that's why we call it the tempo race, because the pace gets hot very, very quickly. 2 points for Amber Joseph, and that's how it'll go.
And once she stays out there, she can just generate points all the way around. Now she may decide to lock off and allow the others to come and share the workload, or she could try to stay out there and try to accumulate points, but she has decided she's going to just cut it off and let the others share the workload. And we already see Cheyenne Y is struggling with that pace. The tempo is just too hot for her. And so now we're looking at Gonzalez. She's looking for points.
That looks like Yareli Mendoza getting her name on the points list. The cyclist out of Mexico.
And another point there again. So it's every time they come around, they will be getting points, and you don't get any points for second or third, so you have to cross the line first. And now they will keep close tabs on Alexi Ramirez of Trinidad and Tobago, because as we saw in the earlier race, she bolted early and lapped the field. I don't think they want her to do a similar thing in the tempo race, because she will get all the points out front. So Amber Joseph again will pick up a point there, crossing first. So they're sharing the points right now, and as they're sharing the workload, but it's only 4 of them. That's because Cheyenne Y, who's staying on the track, so she's eligible to continue to compete, but she's not really factoring at the moment. So Mexico again just churning out the points here.
Seeing 16 laps to go, Amber Joseph takes another point, bringing her up to 5 points. Amber Joseph in the lead with 5 points. Yareli Mendoza, Alexi Ramirez, and Maria Gaxiola Gonzalez all tied on 2 points. Yareli will take another point, putting her into second place with 3 points. Oh, yeah.
More points for Amber Joseph.
Amber Joseph moves up to 6 points. The Mexican duo, Maria Gaxiola Gonzalez and Yareli Mendoza, both on 3 points. Alexi Ramirez has 2 points.
So Gonzalez picks up another point just ahead of Amber Joseph.
10 laps to go for our elite women in this event number 2 of the Omnium.
And it's instructive that nobody has been allowed to kind of separate from the group as they continue to push around 9 laps. And they go in. Here goes Yareli Mendoza now looking to tack on another point. Alexi Ramirez not challenging her for it. As she opens, Ramirez will be hoping she could push on and stay in front. And it's almost like if you take your turn, you get your point. And then maybe when they get down to like 4 or 5 laps, they might start challenging for those points coming down to the end. So she will just widen and allow another rider to take the lead, and there goes Mendoza.
As they come around to see 5 laps to go. 5 more points up for grabs. Amber Joseph takes one of those. Amber Joseph moves up to 9. Yareli Mendoza, 5. 5 plus 1 makes that 6 for Yareli Mendoza. Maria Gaxiola Gonzalez on 4. Alexi Ramirez on 3.
So Alexi Ramirez finding it tough right now to stay with these riders. Mendoza again pushing on. Amber Joseph with Gonzalez in 3rd.
Yareli Mendoza picking up another point. Moving up to 7. Amber Joseph is still in the lead on 10. That is your bell. This is the final lap. So if you do the math, Amber Joseph of Barbados it's going to be a sprint for the final point. Yareli Mendoza takes that one, but it's not enough to her the overall win. Amber Joseph of Barbados, ladies and gentlemen, takes that one with maximum points. Yareli Mendoza, 2nd place. Maria Gaxiola Gonzalez in 3rd, unofficially.
So there you have it. Amber Joseph out of Barbados in that white top there has been riding very well right through these championships over the last 4 days, and it just continues here on the 4th and final day today, and doing her best, showing her quality, and that is certainly something that I'm sure she's happy with at this point in time. So now we get back to the under 23 sprints, and we still have Ryan Dabro and Devontae Lawrence to do battle, and Kyle Carabay and Samuel Maloney to do battle in their 2nd ride.
The under 23s will meet again for their 2nd ride.
So again, in that first ride, we had Ryan Dabro crossing the line first, but he was given a warning, just impeding Devante Lawrence. And Kyle Carabai crossed first against Samuel Maloney in the second ride off, in the second semifinal ride. So now they get a second bite of the cherry here. Can Devante Lawrence turn over Ryan Dabro? Both of them from Arima Wheeler Cycle Club.
Ride number 2, Devante Lawrence and Ryan Dabro. Ryan Dabro won the first ride. However, he received a warning for infringing on Devante Lawrence. So Lawrence would like to have that gold. He must win this one.
So Devante Lawrence will lead off here, trying his best to keep this best of 3 series alive here. He needs a win to force a third and deciding ride and a possible place in the final, and a shot at the gold medal. So that's what's at stake in this particular ride here. And he needs to find something against his clubmate. He stays low, but again, his Arima Wheeler's teammate, Dabro, goes high. As they start to crank it up now.
That's the bell. Lawrence leads Dabro into the final lap. It is Lawrence from Dabro. Lawrence from Dabro. Very close, very, very close.
But it looks as if Ryan Dabro would have done it 2 straight.
Takes that semi-final in 2 straight rides and will qualify for the gold medal final later on this afternoon. Devante Lawrence will race for bronze.
So a fine ride by Ryan Dabro there, again showing his speed and showing his patience as well. He didn't panic when Devante Lawrence dropped the hammer and came around the bend just slightly ahead of him, but he kept going and was able to catch him and pass him on the straightaway just before the line. So good competitive riding by these two Arima Wheeler's clubmates, and no doubt 2 youngsters for the future for Trinidad and Tobago as far as sprinting is concerned, as they continue to show good quality. And you can see Devante Lawrence telling his dad, just by a fraction, I just didn't get up there on time. But again, Ryan Dabro showing his quality. Now we have the second ride between Kyle Carabai, another Arima Wheelers rider, and Samuel Maloney. Maloney on the outside in the red, white, and black with that kind of orange helmet. And
I'd like to thank the
Kyle Carabai, number 106, you can see here on the inside with the white helmet in his Arima Wheelers colors. And another opportunity for him here now to maybe follow Ryan Dabro into the finals. It would be an all Arima Wheelers battle if he could win this one.
For the under-23 elites, Kyle Carabai leads Samuel Maloney.
Remember, these are under 23 riders.
Ride number 1 earlier on.
And so they will have their own final, so to speak. So this is why this race is so important. This could very well set up a gold medal ride against Ryan Dabro. But it's Kyle Carabai, who with 1 win under his belt, trying to make it 2 in a row. Does Maloney have something special. He's going to have to dig deep here.
Kyle Carabai leads Samuel Maloney down the back straight.
It's easy for Kyle Carabai, so he is through to the final in 2 straight. So it's going to be Carabai against Dabro, and all Arima Wheeler's affair in the under 23 final of the match sprint event. So good going by these 2 youngsters as they will battle for gold and silver. Now you're looking at that man in that orange top there heading onto the track, and that is Nicholas Paul as he gets ready for semi-final ride number 2 against Zapata in the black.
Fabian Zapata of Colombia lines up against Nicholas Paul of Trinidad and Tobago. Paul took the first ride. Zapata will have to win this one to force a third and deciding ride if he would like a chance in the gold medal final.
So again, this is a crucial ride here. Nicholas Paul is showing that he is in pretty good form at the moment, coming straight out of success over there in coming out of his successful ride over in Hamilton in Canada. He is here now winning on Wednesday night, and he's back for more here again, looking for another part to the final. Nicholas Paul already with a win under his belt. Can Fabian Zapata pull off something miraculous here and force a third ride and deny Paul 2 straight and a place in the finals?
Zapata leads Paul in this second ride. I have a sneaking suspicion that it will be fast, Mr. Francis. This, after all, is the Carnival of Speed. This event held by Team Drive Phase Sport.
So Zapata is going to take this one out pretty early. He's going to try to keep the tempo up, but Paul is dogging him every step of the way, not allowing him too much leeway. Paul decides he's going to take it high and then try to get the speed out of the banker. Zapata decides he's going to go up as well, but here comes Paul.
It's Zapata from Paul. Zapata from Paul. Zapata from Paul. And it's Nicholas Paul from Fabian Zapata. Zapata held the lead for as long as he could, but it is Nicholas Paul of Trinidad and Tobago qualifying for the final in 2 straight rides.
And again, the Red Army, no doubt, very pleased with what they're seeing from Nicholas Paul. There they are, celebrating his every success, and as well they should, because he is really a world-class athlete, and he comes from, as they say, right in their neighborhood. He is a son of the soil. He is from the block, if you know what I mean, and they just love him to death. Very humble young man, and certainly a quality athlete, and every time he comes around, they cheer him on. But now we're getting ready for the second semi-final.
Have on the inside, Callum Saunders of New Zealand, Ryan Doddick of Canada on the outside.
Saunders took the first ride, and Doddick will have to do something here to try to force a third ride and maybe sneak into the final against Nicholas Paul. That is easier said than done because Saunders is an amazing rider, as we saw in the first ride.
Saunders won the first ride against Ryan Dodick. Saunders won both keirin events on Wednesday and on Saturday. And he will be looking to make it into the sprint gold medal final today. Ryan Dodick is fast. We know this. Alongside Nicholas Paul, he's the only other cyclist to dip below the 10-second mark. It is Saunders from Dodick, New Zealand from Canada, as they go down the back straight. Callum Saunders from Ryan Dodick.
Not today. And again, is that speed of Callum Saunders, 2 straight.
In 2 straight rides.
And again, you could just see Dodick not able to close the gap as quickly as he would like. And that just allowed Saunders to just keep churning and churning and really just speed to the line in the final analysis. Good handshake there. Well fought battle, but Saunders will advance. So it's Paul against Saunders in the final later on this evening. And something to look forward to there. That ought to be an interesting one. TNT against New Zealand. We saw that at the Olympic Games also, where we had England also in the fray. And so Chris Hoy and the others. So this is kind of like what it's like. And this is all part of the, as I say, part of the learning, the experience building for Nicholas Paul. So the men now will start to do their battle in their keirin event. Actually, the men's keirin rather went yesterday. The women will be back in a short while for their keirin. The men's elimination is also one that we saw yesterday that went down very well. The women will have their elimination coming up. But that elimination we had was in the Omnium. Now we have an elimination event, like an open elimination event here today. So this is where they're going they're going to do a 60 lap event.
To the scratch race, 15-kilometer scratch race for elite men. In this event, we have on your line in the order that they are starting, Daniel Brewer of the United States, Stuart Gardner of the United Kingdom, Great Britain, Edwin Sutherland of Barbados, Justin Williams, Trinidad and Tobago, Team DPS. The cyclist out of Jamaica, that looks like Andrew Ramsey. Tarek Woods of Trinidad and Tobago, wearing the colors of the Evolution Cycling Academy. Jamal Eastman of Barbados. Daniel Palmer of Jamaica. We also have, I believe that's Jerome Forrest of Jamaica as well. He's in the mix. Maurice Burnett is there as well with Mark Auguste. Zavi Wadili. Is that Jaden Neves? Yes, it is. Liam Trepte. And I believe, is that Titus Barrett? Wonderful. A very large bunch for this scratch race event. And it will be a rolling start. I think this has been the largest bunch race event for the weekend. Scratch race, 60 laps, straight out racing. United States, Great Britain, Barbados, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, Suriname, Jamaica. A superb international field here at the Carnival of Speed.
So there's a whistle to officially start the race. The scratch race is on. 60 laps.
Of Great Britain moves to the front. Edwin Sutherland second on the track. Daniel Brewer of the United States is there as well. Andrew Ramsey, Maurice Burnett, Tarek Woods, Justin Williams, Zavi Wadili, Liam Trepte. They are all in this bunch. The pace is high. This might be an endurance event, but this is speed nonetheless. In Trinidad and Tobago, the home of Carnival. Balmain-Couva, the Carnival of Speed. Liam Trepte for Raiders Cycle and Multisport moves to the front. They open up for Zavi Wadili of Suriname as the cyclists are scattered down the back straight.
As you say, there's plenty of carnage on the track right now in the sense that the group is a little bit splintered. Guys are trying to hold the positions, looking for a wheel maybe to grab onto. We have the front two. They've kind of pushed things around.
The track, there they are. The starter points to the leaders on the track. Anytime there is a break, Liam Trepte and Zavi Wadili, they are your leaders on the track.
So Trepte and Wadili, but look at how quickly we're looking at Eastman closing down that gap as he tries to connect from Stoley, wearing his Stoley top. It is noticeable that Akil Campbell is not in the mix. He again dominated yesterday. Once again, at a race like this, he would have been the man to beat. Brewer again with Eastman, Sunderland right there in the mix as well. Tariq Woods. See Brewer just trying to keep the tempo high and put himself into a position here where he, once he gets his momentum, just to keep going. Still have a long way to go, 46 laps to go when they come around.
"46 laps to go." The bunch is all back together. Edwin Sutherland currently in the lead with Andrew Ramsey of Jamaica.
Jamaica trying to get a march on here, but they're not giving them. Every attack is being covered here now. So the tempo is pretty high as the riders are really putting out energy here. This is not, nobody's fooling around here. As you look at the train that's coming behind. So here they come again. As you could just see Sutherland and Eastman, they're just not prepared to do the work right now. But as I say so, here goes Sutherland.
Men come around to see 41 laps to go. Not an easy event by any means.
So this is a pretty good tempo, and as a result, we've had one or two riders dropping out early. The two Jamaicans are still there. The Bajan group, three of them from the Stoli team, they're also in the mix. And here they go.
Stuart Gardner of Great Britain, the leader on the track. That now changes. Liam Trepte, Daniel Brewer. The lead changes very frequently in this type of event.
So maybe for the first time since the race started, we've had a little slowing down of the pace. Of course, this has been a torrid pace throughout, and some of the riders are beginning to feel the effects of that type of strategy. Gardner again back in front. But again, he's been really policed here by the Barbados riders, the Stoli team in that red top. You see there, there are three of them in the race. So they're just keeping things honest at the moment. So there are really about 10 of them now who remain in the race.
Jaden Neves suffering a mechanical, having a wheel being changed out so he can rejoin this event.
Brewer continues to lead here.
Daniel Brewer of the United States, Jamal Eastman, Justin Williams, that is the front of your, that is the lead of your race. Jaden Neves gets back up and going. A very quick wheel change for the cyclists out of Raiders Cycle and Multisport.
And that's the beauty of the race. You get a free lap or two to do any kind of mechanical adjustments and get back in the race. But you don't want it to happen too close to the finish, so when it happens early, at least you give yourself a chance to get back in the mix. So Team Stoli again. Jamal Eastman keeping close tabs on proceedings. He and Sutherland is the Bajan contingent. And they come back, they'll see 28 laps to go when they come back. So they've gone past the halfway stage in this race. And like I said, the pace probably just slowing a little bit for the first time. Williams trying to keep it going though. From Trinidad and Tobago, trying to keep the tempo high. What they need to do though is the three of them will have to work together. They cannot allow one man shouldn't feel like he has to do all the work. Because having said that, Gardner is trying to connect quickly. And you could see Team Stoli not prepared to work. Williams also not prepared to work, and so they pull up. And now everybody is pulling up.
26 laps to go for our elite men's scratch.
Brewer back in front now.
This is not an easy event. The endurance required to complete such a race, it's immense. In the meantime, I would like the following.
So there you could see the Brewer deciding that he is going to keep the tempo high, and then he cuts off as he recognizes that he's being tracked quite easily. So he isn't going to push it. Gardner from Great Britain back in front now. Trepte right there as well. So as they come back, they'll see 20 laps, 19 laps to go now. And so they're really mowing down this event quite nicely. 2/3 of the way completed now. So they just have the final 20 laps to go. Remember, this is the 250 track. So this, in essence, is a 15-kilometer ride. Or 60 laps of the track. But now you can see riders, they're beginning to really ramp it up a little bit. More and more action occurring. As riders obviously feel they've done the hard work. Now it's just to try to complete the job here, but it's not been easy for them. This has been a pretty high tempo race. And so it hasn't been any period of relaxation, or not many. Riders have been constantly pressing. So they now have an opportunity to probably set up the last phase of the race. It's not very easy to do. Of course, Brewer not allowing Team Stoley to get a match. Of course, look at the team riding here. One Stoley rider pulls up, another one goes on the attack. So with 13 laps to go, they're well positioned here now. There's a little separation, but not much. Sutherland right there on Brewer's wheel. Williams there as well. And here goes Trepte once more. It's almost like if he's like reluctantly taking the lead here. He probably just wanted to see what the response was going to be like. But Gardner just zooms past as he keeps the tempo high now. And Brewer, again, that's the man that they feel will want to win this race. Brewer came in the lead right now with that white helmet. Very experienced man.
The pack is dwindling. We only have 8 remaining cyclists on the track. 9 remaining cyclists. Cyclist out of Jamaica is still there as well. Where is the front of our bunch, Mr. Starter? Edwin Sutherland is in the lead. Daniel Brewer is with him. Jamal Eastman, Tarek Woods, Justin Williams, Stuart Gardner, Maurice Burnett, Liam Trepte. That is your main bunch. Hold on.
So again, Gardner goes, but he's being policed immediately. Jamal Eastman not allowing too much to get away from him. He's keeping tabs on Brewer. Sutherland is keeping tabs on Gardner. So Team Stoley out of Barbados, they have their strategy worked out here. 5 laps to go. So now they could take a little breather as they try to set up this final phase of this race. Will somebody launch an attack here now and just upset the plans? Or will they just ride it out until maybe the last 3 rides? Brewer. Trepte is right there with him. Sunderland also in the mix. Williams, Tariq Woods. So the 8 riders still together, and with the 1 Jamaican rider some distance behind. Gardner on the inside tries to put his nose in front.
Gentlemen, it is 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go.
They're coming for the bell. This is going to be fast.
That's the bell. That's the bell. Tarek Woods of Evolution Cycling Academy is out in front. This is going to be close. Wow! Wow, 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 wow.
Looks like Sunderland got up there, and it might also have been Jamal Eastman getting up on the top to get second or third. What a finish that is. Wonderful ride there from Sunderland. Jamal Eastman was coming really fast on top, trying to come over the top, and they probably didn't see him, but he might have snuck in for second, possibly third, but we'll have to wait for the official results. But it looked like Sunderland won it because he was able to get past Tariq Woods. Woods left very early indeed, and just decided, look, let me just go for broke here and see if I could hold out. But he was caught. He didn't get the separation that he wanted, and Sunderland kind of got it into gear quickly enough to stay in close contact, and then was able to pass him coming off that final bend and into the straightaway to get the win. So a fine win, and after 60 laps, it came right down to that, and to a sprint, and what a sprint we had in the final analysis. Everybody was in with a chance at that point. And so
ladies and gentlemen, as we begin our 15-minute intermission.
So we're just getting ready for a slight break here. They're going to do some prize distribution for some prior winners of different events over the last 2 days. And so as they do that, we will take a look.
Assisting us with the prize distribution, Mr. Ian Cole, an executive member of Team Drive Phase Sport. Mr. Ian Cole, the managing director of Cole and Associates, a proud sponsor of the Carnival of Speed. In third place for the elite women's sprint, out of Great Britain, Rihanna Paris Smith. In second place, Dahlia Palmer of Jamaica. And in first place, out of Great Britain, Iona Moya. Let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen, for our elite women's sprint.
So there you see Moya in the middle again. And she's expected to factor again later on today in that keirin event. Dahlia Palmer also expected to factor. This was some wonderful memories, some great pictures for these athletes.
Thank you, Mr. Ian, Director of Cole and Associates, for assisting with that prize distribution. Moving into the winners of the women's 10-kilometer scratch race. In third place, out of Trinidad and Tobago, Alexi Ramirez. In second place, Maria Antonieta Gaxiola Gonzalez of Mexico. And in first place, Amber Joseph of Barbados.
So another three outstanding
assisting us with the prize
riders.
distribution once again, Mr. Ian Cole, Managing Director of Cole and Associates.
And the good thing about these riders is that they seem to have so much fun with each other, even though they compete against each other when they're racing, but when they're not, they just seem to be so relaxed among each other. They're very comfortable in each other's company, And I'm sure they try to help each other out along the way by giving them pointers. I'm sure they also set up the opportunity to maybe train together and do fun things together once they are not racing. So it's like a little fraternity of their own, these women.
I would like to ask the 3 cyclists on the podium to remain on the podium but change your positions. In 3rd place for the women's elimination, Alexi Ramirez. In 2nd place, Amber Joseph of Barbados. And in 1st place, Maria Antonieta Gaxiola Gonzalez of Mexico.
So again, the same 3 riders sharing the podium once more, and a lot of fun memories for them. A lot of fun as well as they compete against each other, but they just try to make it fun and to celebrate success. When you could compete as fiercely as these women are, and then you get the opportunity to celebrate on the podium like this, you know, it's like the best feeling in the world. And more importantly, it's the kind of memories that you create over time.
Calling to the prize distribution area, the winners of the Elite Men keirin. In 3rd place, Fabian Hernando Puerta Zapata of Colombia. In 2nd place, Quasi Brown of Trinidad and Tobago. And in 1st place, Callum Saunders of New Zealand. I understand that Quasi Brown is not with us today. However, he did place 2nd. Quasi Brown is here. Thank you very much, Mr. Cole. Quasi Brown is with us, and he'll be making his way down to collect his prize. Once again, in 3rd place, Fabian Hernando Puerta Zapata of Colombia. In 2nd place, Quasi Brown of Trinidad and Tobago. And in 1st place, Callum Saunders of New Zealand.
Quasi, of course, hasn't been racing today, so he might actually be in the stands, sitting and watching the action. So he's going to have to come from in the stands to make his way to the podium. He is trying to get to, in fact, here he comes. He is just getting his shirt on and trying to get to the podium where he will receive his prize for 2nd place in the men's keirin event from last evening. Quasi opted out, just like Akil Campbell decided not to race today. Nicholas Paul didn't race yesterday in the keirin event, but Quasi did, and did very well also.
Let's have a round of applause for our Elite Men keirin, ladies and gentlemen.
Y el primer lugar para el representante de New Zealand, Callum Saunders. Felicitaciones.
So those are your 3 winners, really. First,
And
second,
finally,
and
we'd
third.
like to call to the prize rostrum the winners of the Omnium. For men, in 3rd place, Daniel of the United States. In 2nd place, Jamal Eastman of Barbados. And in 1st place, Akil Campbell of Trinidad and Tobago. I do know that these cyclists just completed the scratch race event, so they are making their way down.
So that's going to be another loud applause here when Akil Campbell climbs up on the prize rostrum. He was really dominant yesterday.
The men's Omnium, Daniel Brewer of the United States. In 2nd place, Jamal Eastman of Barbados. And in 1st place, Akil Campbell of Trinidad and Tobago.
So Akil Campbell is going to step forward. And Brewer is also there as well. So there's Akil Campbell making his way onto the top of the prize
Akil
rostrum.
Campbell will receive his prize after this prize-giving ceremony.
Apparently Campbell
I would
is
like
not
to
here.
ask the
Jamal Eastman and Brewer.
Human Resource Manager of the Community Hospital of Seventh-day Adventists, Mr. Leonard Pear, to assist us with the prize distribution.
I'm not sure if Elijah Green is going to go on the podium to receive on behalf of Akil Campbell. Those were the days when Elijah would climb the rostrum in his racing days. But he's now the mechanic or the chief mechanic for the team. And of course, filling in for Akil Campbell. And there is
Team
Elijah
mechanic
Green
Elijah
receiving
Green collecting
on behalf of Akil.
prize on behalf of Akil Campbell.
So those are the prizes, the prize distribution that they were conducting during the intermission here. So we'll take a short break and we'll come back with more as we get ready for the second half or the final phase of this two-day event, the Carnival of Speed, right here at the National Cycling Center in Balmain, Couva. Remember, it's all coming to you live here on 360 TV, and we thank you for being a part of it. So as we welcome you back here to action after the intermission, we're getting ready now for the sprint finals. This, of course, will be the under 23, so we will have the battle for third and fourth. Remember, Ryan Dabro will face Kyle Carabai, and now it's going to be Devontae Lawrence against Samuel Maloney. So this is the battle for third place here now.
That's the start of ride number 1 in the bronze medal final. Devontae Lawrence leads Samuel Maloney.
Both riders lost in 2 straight rides earlier. Lawrence lost to his teammate at Arima Wheelers, Ryan Dabro, in 2 straight, and Samuel Maloney lost to Kyle Carabai, also of Arima Wheelers, by a 2-0 margin as well.
That's the bell. Maloney will lead Lawrence into the final lap. Samuel Maloney leads from Devontae Lawrence. Samuel Maloney crosses the line ahead of Devontae Lawrence as we await the official result.
Lawrence doesn't seem too happy. In fact, when they came around here in front of us, he just seemed to check, and Lawrence wasn't too happy with that. In fact, at the end of the race, you could see him just kind of holding his hand as if to indicate what just happened there, as if they didn't see the infringement. But for now, Maloney has been credited with the first ride. And now it's going to be the battle for the gold medal now, gold and silver. And that is Kyle Carabai against his teammate Ryan Dabro. So this is an all Arima Wheelers affair. And these are 2 young riders who I'm sure will be eyeing greater things down the road. But this is where it starts for them.
Ride number 1. Samuel Maloney has been relegated from ride number 1 for coming out of the sprinter's lane. Therefore, Devontae Lawrence will take ride number 1.
And I did see Lawrence like holding up his hands when he crossed the line as to indicate that something was wrong. He wasn't happy with what transpired there, and so he got the win.
We are on to the gold medal ride. Ride number 1, Ryan Dabro from Kyle Carabai.
And these are 2 very interesting young men, and of course very passionate about cycling, and a win here. I think already they would be happy with what has transpired, that they're into the final and battling for gold and silver, but somebody has to win the gold and somebody the silver, so they will put it out on the line. But it really, in a sense, they just knew that they've done what they came to do, which was to get to the final, and here they are both from Arima Wheelers representing their club here.
At the end of the back straight, looking back at Kyle Karabai. The Arima Wheelers showdown for gold.
Little cat and mouse going on there. Nobody really wants to make a move just yet.
Are focused on each other. Dabro leads Karabai. That's the bell. Karabai leads Dabro into the final lap. It is Karabai from Dabro as they go down the back straight. Very close indeed. Ryan Dabro takes ride number 1 for gold.
Another fine ride from Ryan Dabro, coming over the top and getting it done. Ryan Dabro certainly showing his blinding speed, getting the better of his good friend Kyle Karabai. But knowing Kyle Karabai, I'm sure he will have something to say about that before it's all said and done.
The elite.
So now we're getting ready for the elite men's finals.
Of Colombia meets Ian Todic of Canada. First ride, best 2 out of 3.
So in this matchup here now, it's Todic against Sabata. And again, both men, remember, lost in 2 straight rides. Ryan, or rather Paul, Nicholas Paul beat Zabata in 2 straight, and Saunders defeated Todic in 2 straight as well. So here we go with these 2 riders now as we get ready for the bronze matchup, the battle for the bronze medal.
The first ride for bronze in the elite men sprint. Ryan Todic of Canada on the inside. Fabian Zapata of Colombia on the outside.
So Todic will lead off.
These 2 cyclists are fast. It is Canada from Colombia.
Remember, Todic produced a 9.930 seconds, clocking in the flying 200, number 111. And the Canadian in the front right now. And Zapata produced a 10.235 in the flying 200. And a little bit of a balancing act here, but they have to roll off eventually.
Time frame in which they can do so for. The officials blowing them, signaling them to proceed.
And now they've decided to...
Todic leads Zapata.
Zapata now takes the lead.
Zapata now leads Ryan Dodick. Colombia leads Canada into the final lap. It is Colombia from Canada, Zapata from Dodick, Zapata from Dodick, Fabian Zapata from Ryan Dodick. Woo!
Ryan Dodick showing his capabilities there, coming from a long way back.
Won that one.
And look at it again. He came from a long way back. He looked like he was beaten there, but there he comes. Look at that turn of speed. He came level with him, and then he just eased past him just before the line arrived, and you could see the one on the outside was the one that crossed the line first, and just slim margins, the difference with these riders here. So a fine ride again from Ryan Dodick. So he goes up 1-0. And that now brings us to the gold medal ride. And there you have Saunders of New Zealand against TNT's Nicholas Paul.
Now we move to the gold medal ride number 1. It is Nicholas Paul of Trinidad and Tobago on the inside. Callum Saunders of New Zealand on the outside. Paul won the sprints over this weekend. Saunders won the keirin. The best of the best.
So Nicholas Paul will lead off. He doesn't have to stay in that position if he doesn't want to. And he can up to drop back and allow Saunders to lead the way. But you get the impression that, and you could change strategy depending on what you want to do. Paul takes him high. And he's passing right in front of his parents and his supporters. So they're getting a good look of him right there. And of Saunders. Saunders, of course, would have endeared himself to the fans when he handed out a hamper just during the intermission to one lucky patron. So here they go.
Are some of the best in the world. Nicholas Paul leads Callum Saunders. Saunders leads Paul. Callum Saunders leads Nicholas Paul into the final lap. It is Saunders from Paul. Nicholas Paul from Callum Saunders, and that is how they finish.
Just look at the fans, and what a ride from Nicholas Paul. And many might have felt he was out of it when Saunders bolted. But in ride number 1, Nicholas Paul shows that experience and that speed endurance that I talk about. And he didn't panic, he just got it into gear, and this is how they greet him. Paul takes the first ride, 1-0. He goes up on Saunders. Here it is again in the replay. Again, Saunders down, and he decided he was going to go. Saunders, look at that lead there. He had about a 5-bike lead, a 5 bicycle length lead, and look how quickly Paul closed that down. And almost going from 0 to 60 in 2 seconds. and he just blew past him, race over. By the time they came out of that turn, no way Saunders was going to catch him after that. Nicholas Paul really putting on a show here at the National Velodrome. He already set the track record earlier today in the flying 200 with a 9.718 seconds clocking, and certainly showing what he is capable of, and they are loving it. The Red Army there to support him, and he's giving them everything that they desire. Just listen to the crowd as they applaud their hero, Nicholas Paul,
5th place
of Trinidad and Tobago. So now we get back to the women's Omnium.
In 4th place, Maria Antonieta Caxiola Gonzalez with 70 points. Alex Ramirez and Yareli Mendoza are tied on 74. And Amber Joseph is on top with 78 points.
So those are the 5 women still in this race. Remember, it's 4 races to complete the Omnium, all on the same day. So it is a demanding event. And so here we go now for the 3rd one, the elimination for women. So this would be the 3rd event on the schedule. We had the scratch race from earlier. We had the tempo race from earlier as well. And now we have the elimination for elite women. So it's just 5 of them. The other riders bowed out in the first event earlier today, and as a result, they couldn't get back into the subsequent races. You had to complete that first race as well as complete the second and complete the third in order to be eligible to ride in the 4th.
This 3rd event, it's the elimination race, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be having 5 cyclists starting this event. You need to complete each event in the Omnium to proceed. As we await Alexi Ramirez to join us on the line.
She was having a glove change on the near side, but now she's making her way over on that far side to join the other riders, the 5th and final rider, the rider from Trinidad and Tobago. So they will get a rolling start, and when they come around, the race will start officially after that. So this should be quick, the elimination race. There's only 5 of them, so just 3 eliminations to go.
That's the start. That is the start. Mr. DJ, take me down a bit. That's the bell. Elimination next time around. Elimination next time around.
Cheyenne Y is the likely candidate. She just doesn't have the speed of these other women, and it's going to be tough for her to stay or to even get a lane unless she could come over the top late and create a bit of a problem.
209, Cheyenne Y, you have been eliminated.
And look at Alexi Rodriguez.
209, Cheyenne Y, you have been eliminated.
Alexi Ramirez decided that she's going to put her nose in front and try to stay out there. She's not the best sprinter, and that is the problem for her in a race like this. She has to control
elimination
it from the
next
front.
time around. 1, 2, 4. Maria Gaxiola Gonzalez, you have been eliminated. We are down to 3. Elimination next time around.
And this is going to be trouble for Ramirez here because she really doesn't have that type of speed of the other woman in a sprint event. As you could see here, she's more or less just given up here. She just doesn't have that kind of leg speed in an event like this. So it's
104, Alexi Ramirez, you have been eliminated.
So now it's Joseph and Gonzalez to battle this out. Barbados and Mexico.
And that's the bell. 1 lap to go.
Actually,
it is Yareli Mendoza and Amber Joseph, Barbados and Mexico. Amber Joseph leads Yareli Mendoza down into turn 4. It will be Amber Joseph taking maximum points in that event. That is the end of the 3rd event of the women's Omnium.
So Amber Joseph showing her quality there as well. And she was leading coming into this event, so she will maintain that lead with maximum points from the elimination race. So a quick finish, because with only 5 riders, you only have 3 eliminations. So that's the 3rd and the penultimate race of the set of 4 for the Omnium. And now we get back to the sprints. We have the 2nd ride in the under 23, the battle for the bronze medal. Lawrence against Maloney. And Maloney, of course, was relegated in the first race. Although he crossed the line first, there was a lane violation, and Devontae Lawrence was given the ride. So he leads 1-0. Now it's up to Maloney to try to get over the line cleanly and fairly. So it's a battle for bronze here now. And of course, those are the 2 riders that you see at the bottom of the screen there. And Devontae Lawrence now making his way onto the track. And the bikes are being weighed over on that far side. That's Kwame Lawrence helping out there with the 2 bikes for the Arima Wheelers, the duo of Kyle Carby and Ryan Dabro. They will be going next. And while his son, Devontae Lawrence, is trying to put away Maloney in 2 straight for the bronze medal in the under 23 mat sprint event. So Devontae Lawrence, who's a fairly long leg, so he doesn't look as if he's moving as fast as some of the others, but he's a powerful young man. And that's kind of like the illusion that you get when you watch at the taller, the longer, rangy, or the leggy riders when they ride. They don't look as if they're churning over as fast, but they can exert tremendous power with every stride. So here we go. Can Maloney force a 3rd ride, or will the bronze medal go to Devontae Lawrence in the back? He's leading 1-0. So there's no delay. This one looks like it's going to be quick.
A very fast first lap. Lawrence leads Maloney. That's the bell. Wheel to wheel into the final lap. Devontae Lawrence leads Samuel Maloney. And Devontae Lawrence crosses the line ahead of Samuel Maloney, taking that ride unofficially.
So if it stands, that's going to be 2 straight for Lawrence, so he gets the bronze medal. That's in 2 straight rides for Devontae Lawrence. So that's an Arima Wheelers. So Arima Wheelers will actually sweep this category, the under 23 sprinting category, because Devontae Lawrence just won the bronze medal, and it's 2 Arima Wheelers riders who are contesting gold and silver coming up next, and that is Kyle Karabai and Ryan Dabro. Karabai, number 106. Dabro 107. So teammates, friends, and they have a little matter of a gold medal to sort out between them. No love lost here. And already we have Ryan Dabro with a big sprint to win the first ride. Can he do like Devontae and make it 2 in a row, or will Kyle Karabai find a little extra and force a 3rd ride? So here they go again. Remember, we have the women's race coming up in a short while. The women's keirin, 1 to 6 and 7 to 12. So here we go.
Second ride, Kyle Karabai leads Ryan Dabro off the line.
So again, when you think of Arima Wheelers, you think of a bunch of parents coming together to form a cycle club just to give their kids something to do productively. And this is the result of those efforts, many years of hard work and sacrifice, early morning training sessions. And as they got better and they won, for many years, they would have been Club of the Year, like the Easter Grand Prix and other local meets. And especially starting with the BMX. They really were a powerful group of youngsters riding at BMX, and as I said, both their men's and their women's programs have been very strong over the years. They had Goodrich and others, even Aziza Brown and others from Arima Wheelers, representing Trinidad and Tobago on the world stage. And now these youngsters are just following through in that mold.
Sport.
So here we go.
Bringing the best.
Can Karabai pull one off on Dabro and force a 3rd ride here?
That's the bell. Karabai leads Dabro into the final lap. It is Dabro from Karabai. Dabro from Karabai. As they come to the line, it is Ryan Dabro from Kyle Karabai, unofficially.
So that would be the gold medal going to Ryan Dabro. Will take the gold medal, and Kyle Karabai will get the silver. So it's a 1, 2, 3 for Arima Wheelers. Ryan Dabro first, Kyle Karabai second, and Devontae Lawrence in 3rd place. So after these under 23 riders, so now we get ready now for the elite men, and we have the second ride for the bronze medal, Dodic against Zapata. Dodic won the first ride, the Canadian, showing amazing speed to come late and just get over the top. Can Zapata return the favor this time around in ride number 2? So it's going to be another keenly contested affair, no doubt. Just centimeters separated them in the first ride. What will the distance be this time around? Zapata was going to lead off. Dodic looking to make it 2 in a row, back-to-back wins here to secure the bronze medal in the elite sprint event. Canada against Colombia. And when you think of Colombia, you also think of some of the best road racers in the world, men who compete for top spot at the prestigious Tour de France. So Colombia has had a very, very rich history with cycling. And I'm sure Zapata will want to put his name up in the lights there as well in his home country. Getting a medal here will go a long way.
Zapata leads. Dodic. It is Dodic from Zapata into the last lap. It is Ryan Dodic from Fabian Zapata down the back straight. It is Canada from Colombia. It is Canada from Colombia. And that is how they will finish. Ryan Dodic, ladies and gentlemen, in 2 straight rides.
So again, another fantastic ride from Ryan Dodic. He got the lead, put his nose in front, put his head down, and just powered to the line. Much to the appreciation and the approval of the fans gathered here. So Ryan Dodic from Canada showing what he's capable of, and a fantastic ride indeed. Zapata tried hard, came late, but ran out of real estate, couldn't catch up before the line came, and will go down by a 2-0 margin. So now we're getting ready for the second ride for the gold medal now, and Saunders with work to do here as he tries to hold off Nicholas Paul in their second ride. And so far we've had 2 straight by Devontae Lawrence, although the first ride was as a result of a relegation on the part of Maloney, but he ended up winning the second ride and took that 2-0. Ryan Dabru turned back Kyle Carabay by a similar 2-0 margin. We just saw Ryan Dodic from Canada turn back Fabian Zapata out of Colombia in 2 straight rides. Can Nicholas Paul continue that trend and complete the trend with 4 races going 2-0 sweeps now? Or will Callum Saunders find something, dig deep and pull out something here to deny Nicholas Paul back-to-back sprint titles here? He won earlier. On Thursday, and here he is again trying to do it again. He won in the Speed Paradise, and now in the Carnival of Speed he's trying to do the same thing. Of course, Saunders, remember, won the Keirin event at the Speed Paradise, and also won last night in the Carnival of Speed. And now he's looking to maybe add a sprint title to that, or will Nicholas Paul double up with victory in the Speed Paradise, and now looking to do it again tonight in the Carnival of Speed. So Paul, again, having work to do now, but here he comes. Look how quickly he closes that gap. This is no nonsense from Nicholas Paul. He's not even going to wait. He has just gone past his man. Race over. Here he goes to the line. Nicholas Paul in 2 straight. Nicholas Paul to the approval of his fans.
What a ride by Nicholas Paul to take gold in 2 straight rides. Colum Saunders will take silver. What an event that was. Red Army, let me hear you.
And boy, they're happy here because they got exactly what they paid for. They came to support Nicholas, and Nicholas gave them what they paid for. And what a way to repay your supporters by giving them victory. And here they go again. As he heard the applause from his family and friends. And trust me, Paris is not too far off, and I'm sure a lot of these fans you're seeing here will be making plans to get to Paris should Nicholas Paul qualify, which he's most likely to do, and really be there in person to give him the support come next year.
Ladies and gentlemen, we move back to the track.
So here is Nicholas Paul again, really receiving the applause from his fans. And the love flows both ways because he can hear it from them, and they no doubt want him to hear it because it's a mutual thing. He loves them and they love him back. So Nicholas Paul completing the sprint double here. He did it on remember the first event was Wednesday and Thursday, and the Speed Paradise, and here again and the Carnival of Speed, he is also the sprint champion for in the sprint event as well, clocking a meet record as well, a track record for the National Cycling Velodrome, 9.718, laying that down earlier in the flying 200, and then coming back now and completing the sprint, doing the double, and really giving the crowd, especially these people in red here, this Red Army, giving them a lot to cheer about. They follow his every move. Wherever he goes, all eyes are on him. So now we getting ready for
of Speed right here at the National Cycling Center. DJ Colbase and DJ Brian on the inside, bringing to you all the...
So we're getting ready now for the Keirin event.
Go, go.
So the Keirin, of course, is another one of those sprint events, 6 laps, 3 of them with the Derny on the track. The last 3 is every man, every woman for himself or herself, as it is the case here. So we have 5 riders on the track at the moment. And it just shows you what support can do. And just that feeling of appreciation that the riders get, or any athlete gets from a full house or a band of supporters goes a long way. And I'm sure Nicholas Paul could tell you that right now. So let's get ready now for the women's keirin. Maya Joseph Dalga Wallace.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we move into the gold medal ride in the elite women keirin. We have one cyclist less in this event. Silis Christian, who went down earlier on, will not start in this final. On the track behind the motorcycle, we have Abigail Recio of Costa Rica, Rihanna Paris-Smith of Great Britain, Delia Palmer of Jamaica, Iona Moya of Great Britain, and Tashana Dalga of Suriname. That is your 5 cyclists. Gold medal up for grabs. As you know, the keirin event, they will follow the motorcycle for 3 laps, with the speed of the motorcycle gradually increasing. Who are you supporting for the gold in this keirin final? Will it be Costa Rica, Great Britain, Jamaica, or Suriname? The motorbike leaves the track, and it is all out racing from here. Abigail Recio leads with 2 laps to go. That's the bound. Abigail Recio of Costa Rica leads into the final lap. Who are you supporting, ladies and gentlemen, in this keirin event? This is going to be close. It looks like Iona Moya of Great Britain taking that one as we await the full official results from that gold medal final.
And of course, it looked as if Dalga from Suriname would have also come up on the outside there to take the silver medal just ahead of Palmer of Jamaica. But no doubt who the winner was. Moya out of Great Britain, certainly the fastest of the lot. And she got up there with relative ease. She came over the top and went past Delia Palmer, who was pinned on the inside, had no real way to go. She had to hold that line on the inside and hope for the best. But Moya passed her, and then also coming late, it looked as if Dalga also came late and passed her there as well for the silver medal, relegating Delia Palmer into 3rd place. So we await the official results in that one, but that is the situation there.
Coming to the track now. That is the men's elimination. This is a straight race, men's elimination.
So the men's elimination will be another encounter here. And of course, we have the curtain event, the women's Omnium points race. And so we'll see how that happened. Remember, there are 5 riders who are still alive in the points race. So we'll see how they go. The elimination event, we had an elimination for women a short while ago, the elite women. but because the field was a small field, they only had like 3 eliminations before the sprint for the gold medal.
Women gold medal. Iona Moya of Great Britain takes first place. Tashana Daga of Suriname in second. Delia Palmer of Jamaica in third. Rihanna Paris Smith of Great Britain in fourth. And Abigail Recio of Costa Rica in fifth place.
So just as I saw it there, I saw where Dalga came late. She came over the top and just went past Delia Palmer just before the line, so she would have secured second place. No disputing who the winner was. Moya had that sewn up. And of course, third place to Delia Palmer, so she continues to represent the Caribbean very well, represent Jamaica, and represent Team PSL here. And with distinction, I might add. So now we have the elimination, and they will do a rolling start. So 13 of them. So we're going to have, what, 11 eliminations. And I anticipate the Bajan riders will want to put themselves in a position where they could strike for a medal here, or for first
When
place.
you hear the bell, there will be an elimination the next lap around.
Gardner not taking any chances. He goes out early.
There's the bell. Elimination next lap around.
And once he stays out there, there's no way he's going to be eliminated. So he has decided to take, as they say, take in front. Before in front take you, before the back wheel gets caught. That's what this is about. It's the last wheel to cross the line.
Who will it be? Elimination this time around. 149. Jerome Forrest, you have been eliminated.
Still Gardner is out there churning it over.
Elimination next lap around.
Ogis looks like
Who
he
will
is
it
in
be?
some trouble right now. Has to change his position.
One, 3, 3. Mark Ogis, you have been eliminated. Elimination next time around.
Just an unfortunate turn of events there. Ryder might have lost a tire and just sort of skated off the
Justin
track.
Williams going down.
Justin Williams going down there, but he seems to be okay. He's walking off with his bike, but his race is over. So he would be eliminated.
The race has been
Oh, so they're giving
neutralized.
him a chance. They're giving him a chance to get back in if he wants to. They're going to
The
change
cyclists
that wheel.
will continue to roll. Justin Williams and Maurice Burnett attempting to have their bicycles sorted out so they can return into the event. The starter has his hand in the air and counting. If you notice, that is to count how many laps the cyclists are taking to rejoin the race. Maurice Burnett and Justin Williams, they are back and up as we await the restart. Justin Williams waiting for the bunch to come around. And that's the restart of the men's elimination. That's the bell. Elimination next time around. Elimination next time around. Who will it be this time around? Daniel Palmer, 131. You have been eliminated.
So Gardner just avoiding elimination there.
Another elimination next time around.
Gardner is really flirting with danger there at the back of the field in all black. He really needs to adjust his positioning there. His strategy has to change.
Who will it be? 115. Stuart Gardner, you have been eliminated. Elimination next time around. One, 5-0. Andrew Ramsey, you have been eliminated.
Derek Woods is also flirting with danger there. He too and Trapte, they're going to have to make quick adjustments here. Williams, though, still in the hunt. But he's pinned on the inside. That's tough for him there. Bennett.
Who will it be this time around? 118, Tarek Woods, you have been eliminated.
And Williams, again, because he's positioning on the inside, everybody can come over the top. So he has to make an adjustment there. Williams, Trepte also. Bennett, who is just back in the race, he too has to be very mindful of this rush over the top.
Who will it be this time around? 144, Maurice Burnett, you have been eliminated.
Right in for Team Stoley. And now Williams has to figure out a better strategy here. His position is not the best. He's dead last at the moment.
Elimination this time around. (145) Justin Williams, you have been eliminated.
So now it's Trepte to have to try to upset him, but Brewer, the two Bajans, Eastman and Sutherland. Trepte is still there, and this is gonna be an easy elimination. So 2 more eliminations to go. Brewer, I'm sure, will want to stay out of harm's way. Will it be Trepte? Will it be Sutherland?
Eliminated.
Another elimination coming. Trepte needs to do something.
We are down to 4. 135, Liam Trepte, you have been eliminated.
So it's the Bajan pair. Will it be Brewer, will it be Sutherland, or will it be Eastman? Who will be eliminated here?
3 more cyclists in this event, Daniel Brewer, Edwin Sutherland, and Jamal Eastman.
Brewer is the man in
114, Daniel Brewer, you are eliminated.
So it's an all Bajan sprint here now. Sutherland against Eastman.
It is down to the last lap. Barbados versus Barbados, Edwin Sutherland and Jamal Eastman. These two are almost adopted Trinidadians. They are always in Trinidad, and this is how the race is going to finish. Very, very, very close. Edwin Sutherland wins your elimination, ladies and gentlemen. Excellent, excellent sportsmanship by these two Bajans.
A fine ride there from Sutherland, holding off his countrymate there, Jamal Eastman, who's probably the more established rider of the two.
Gentlemen, let's hear it one more time for the Bajan boys. Jamal Eastman and Edwin Sutherland. Now we move into the final event. This is the points race for the women's Omnium. 20 kilometers, 80 laps. So all the points accumulated over the first 3 events. In the points race, any points gained during the race will be added to the overall total. And we will determine our Omnium champion. This is the last race for the Carnival Speed, ladies and gentlemen. If you have had a time this weekend right here at the National Cycling Center, let me hear you make some noise.
Once again, we're getting ready for the final event of this 2 days of cycling here at the festival, the Carnival of Speed. And the fans no doubt enjoyed themselves. They saw Nicholas Paul win a gold medal. They saw some good rides from some of our younger riders. Of course, Ryan Dabro, Devontae, Kyle Carabai. They've seen some outstanding women racing, and now they're going to get to see the ladies one last time. Yesterday, they would have seen Akil Campbell dominate the Omnium event. And who will it be now? And of course, Moya in the sprint event for the women, certainly showing her capabilities. So now it's down to one last ride for these ladies. And Shana Y remains in 5th place, but she really hasn't been able to match the speed, the stamina, and really the quality of the other riders. But she, no doubt, this is all a big learning curve for her. She too was with the Arima Wheelers Cycle Club. That's where she started her riding. And she's since switched clubs, but she's still making progress, trying to really chart her own course. And it has to be said that she is hearing impaired, and so she doesn't, she has some limitations, but she doesn't allow it to dictate how she Shirai certainly doesn't prevent her from, as they say, sticking her nose in there and mixing it up with the others. And but you know, when she first started, she had to kind of get used to it. And but now she's a little more seasoned. She can kind of anticipate better where the riders are, when the rush is going to come, and those sorts of things. And but it's slow progress for her because a lot of these women are certainly ahead of her, and understandably so. They are more seasoned. They're certainly better prepared. They are stronger. They are faster, and no doubt, and they have so much more experience. They've been racing for a while longer than she has been. So it's all those things you have to factor in. Hence the reason why she's finding herself in this position where she is in 5th place on the table and not able to really compete, especially in the longer endurance events. And it's going to be more of the same here in this 80 lap event, or 28 kilometers. So we're getting ready for the final event of this meeting here now. The Carnival of Speed brought to you here on 360 TV. We have a host of sponsors who have made it possible.
With 96 points. In 4th place, Maria Antonieta Gacfiola Gonzalez with 104 points. In 3rd place, Alexi Ramirez of Trinidad and Tobago with 110 points. Yareli Mendoza of Mexico in 2nd position with 112 points. And in the top spot, Amber Joseph of Barbados with 118 points.
So Amber Joseph is enjoying a nice lead here. But again, that could change in the points race. So she'll have to figure out strategy, how she's going to gain maximum points. And I suppose they're going to sprint after every 10 laps. And they'll get 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. And of course, it's double points for that final sprint. So still a lot on offer, and it could change, but it's going to be tough to deny Amber Joseph at this point. She looks strong. She looks comfortable. So the Carnival of Speed is coming to a close. We certainly hope you enjoyed it. Our 2 nights of coverage here at the National Cycling Velodrome in Balmain, Vancouver. And of course, you can stay with us on 360 TV. We have a lot of cricket action coming your way next week. Tomorrow we have the North-South Under-17 Classic. On Tuesday we have the Under-19 North-South Classic. And then on Wednesday we have the secondary schools, the Intercol final, Pres San Fernando against Fatima College. And we also have a girls game prior to that as well. So a lot coming your way here on 360 TV. So we thank you for being a part of the experience, and stay with us here on 360 TV as we try to keep you abreast of all that is happening in the world of sport here in TNT and beyond our shores as well.
They shouldn't be presenting false and all of that now to give them time.
That's the start.
And of course, that girls Intercol final. Rio Claro West Secondary against
80 laps,
name
8
That's what it is. So here we go, 80 laps to go.
That's the start. We have Amber Joseph, Yareli Mendoza, Lexi Ramirez, Maria Gactiola Gonzalez, and Cheyenne Y.
So here they go again, the riders just easing it on. Remember, it's 80 laps, so it's quite some distance for them to cover. And the point situation is what you're going to have to pay close attention to. Cheyenne Y is on 96 points in 5th place. Gonzalez in 2nd in 104 points. 3rd place, Ramirez, 110. Mendoza in 2nd place on 112, and the leader Joseph from Barbados on 118 points. So and this is where Alexia Ramirez can work to her strengths. And again, just to bring you up to date here on a sort of breaking news, if you know what I mean, for all of those basketball fans who might be locked on as well. The Golden State Warriors got 50 points from Steph Curry, and he opted for 50 points on 20 of 38 shooting to help the Golden State Warriors beat the Sacramento Kings 120-100 in the deciding Game 7 of the NBA Western Conference first round, and they will play the Los Angeles Lakers in the semifinal of the Western Conference. Once again, Steph Curry with 50 points lead Golden State through to the next round, the semifinals against LeBron James and the Lakers in the NBA. So that's the final pairing completed in the playoffs. Back here on the track, again, Alexia Ramirez trying to sneak away from the others. They're not going to let her go too far. But she's trying her best out there. She gets the bell, so she's sprinting, hoping to make it around and pick up the maximum points. In this one, the chasing pack, they're probably not going to get there, and they're not too worried as they allow her to get the 5 points because I think they knew with just 5 points it would just push her to
69 laps to go. We will bring to you the updated point standings as they are provided.
So remember, it's 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. So Ramirez picks up those 5
points. Cyclists in this event.
So again, the ladies doing their bit. Remember, it's all about points. So remember, they sprint every 10 laps. So when they get down to...
So your point standings after one sprint, ladies and gentlemen, we have Amber Joseph on 121. We have Alexi Ramirez on 115. Yareli Mendoza on 113. Maria Gaxiola Gonzalez on 106. Amber Joseph, 121.
So those are the updated standings there now. That's after Alexi Ramirez won that first sprint to garner the maximum points, 5 points.
Amber Joseph, 121. Alexi Ramirez, 115. Yareli Mendoza on 113. Maria Gaxiola Gonzalez, 106. What a weekend of racing this has been. The Carnival of Speed, proudly sponsored by KFC, Blue Waters, the National Lotteries Control Board, Extra Foods, P&M Limited, Amber Joseph taking maximum points, Cole Safety, Gatorade, the Community Hospital of the Seventh-day Adventists, United Logistics, Bike Inn, and Clifford's Customs Brokers. After 2 sprints, we have Amber Joseph on 126. Amber Joseph on 126. Yareli Mendoza and Alexi Ramirez tied on 116, with Maria Gaxiola Gonzalez on 108.
So those are the updated standings here, and things are getting tight right
And please
now.
do remember, we return.
But of course, it's going to be Amber Joseph. Can they catch Amber Joseph? That's the big question here. So again, the riders now just getting through these laps until they get the chance to sprint. 54 laps to go when they come around now. So the next sprint is not too far off. So
Amber Joseph on 126. Alexi Ramirez and Yareli Mendoza tied on 116. Maria Gaxiola Gonzalez on 108. That is your top 4. Gaxiola Gonzalez leads into the back straight. It's a sprint for maximum points. Very close between Mendoza and Joseph. After 3 sprints, Amber Joseph has 129 points. Yareli Mendoza has 121 points. Alexi Ramirez has 118 points. Maria Antoneta Gaxiola Gonzalez, 109 points. So it's a very calculated race, ladies and gentlemen. The points make all the difference.
So there it is. Amber Joseph continues to lead here, 129 as opposed to 121 from Mendoza, 118 to Ramirez, and of course Gonzalez on 109. So here now is the strategy. They still have 46 laps ahead of them. So they have another sprint in about 5 laps or so from now. So at this time, they must be just trying to recover from the last sprint and figure out where they need to be in order to get maximum points. Ramirez, for example, knows that she can't sprint with the others, so she will have to try to figure out a different strategy. The 2 Mexicans also must try to figure out how they're going to kind of pigeonhole Amber Joseph and try to keep her from getting more points than them the rest of the way. So there's a lot going on at the moment. Amber Joseph just needs to stay focused, try to make the sprints as short as possible, and try to pick up those points all along the way. And she's again trying to cover as many of the attacks as possible. Not always easy to do. So again, this is kind of recovery for the moment here, unless somebody decides that they want to put their nose in front. Like I said, they're not going to let Alexi Ramirez do what she did in the first race, the scratch race earlier, when she lapped them, because that will be dangerous for them. She's trying to see if she could probably pull away and maybe get them to sit up, but they're not. They're still there. They're still right. She wasn't able to get the kind of gap that she would like, and here comes the rush. This is going to be close. She's almost there, but almost there isn't good enough sometimes. You still have to get to the line. And so she's pushing, and she will get there eventually. So that's 5 invaluable points for her. And that should help her push up into the 120s, 123 now. So you always have to keep an eye on Amber Joseph, because even though she doesn't win, she's still getting points all the time.
Joseph with 132. Alexi Ramirez and Yareli Mendoza tied on 123. Maria Gaxiola Gonzalez on 110. Once again, Amber Joseph 132. Yareli Mendoza and Alexi Ramirez 123. Maria Gaxiola Gonzalez 110.
So those are your point standings right now. And we have 36 laps to go. So we still have another 3 sprints inside of them. That's another 15 points on offer to the first one to cross the line. And I'm sure they all must be thinking, how can I get maybe 10 of those points? And possibly try to deny Amber Joseph. So this is where they may have to make a calculation here. Ramirez, again, when it comes to sprinting, that is not her forte. So she can't just sit there and expect to get, maximum points. She has to do something. But again, she's, I suppose she's probably very fatigued right now. This is a long race, and it's been a long weekend, a long 4 days of cycling. 2 on Wednesday and Thursday. They had a rest on Friday, and then they were back here Saturday and Sunday. And they'll see 34 laps to go when they come around. So I suppose all of those calculations are going on. Do I have it in me still? This is not the first night or the second night of action. This is the 4th night of action. So all of those factors, you'd have to put that in your decision making. I remember she's making that on the fly here now. Here she goes. Again, this is her only chance, realistically, to probably try to maybe get on the podium in this event as she goes racing away, trying to see if she could get some separation, because that's the only way that she will have a chance here. Now, it may not work because she couldn't really get the gap that she wanted on the chasing pack or the chasing 3 riders. Again, they're all better sprinters than she is, and this is where her problem lies. She can't shake them, and they're being able to catch up with her even before the bell, and that could spell danger for them, because now she has to dig deep now, or she just has to sit up and let them go their merry way, as is the case here, because she has nothing left to stay with them. So she now has to try to just stay in contact with them and hope to maybe try it again a little bit later on. So Mendoza picks up all 5. So again, Mexico 1-2 there, with Mendoza getting the 5 points. So she will go to 128. Gonzalez will go to 113. Joseph
34. Yareli Mendoza 128. Alexi Ramirez 124. Maria Gaxiola Gonzalez 113. Amber Joseph 134. Yareli Mendoza 128. Alexi Ramirez 124. Maria Gaxiola Gonzalez 113.
So again, now is about recovery. And but again, Alexi Ramirez, I can't say it enough. Every time there is a sprint, she looks like she's very vulnerable there, because it's difficult for her to sprint with these other riders. Their fast twitch muscles are so much better than hers. She's more of an endurance, a time trialist. So an event like this where you have to sprint intermittently, she is kind of like out of her depth to some degree. especially when you have this quality of riders still in the race. But this again is the final event of the Carnival of Speed here at the Velodrome in Couva. And what a fantastic 4 days of racing we've had. The riders, again, you can see them, they're getting a little antsy. 24 laps to go when next they come around. And another sprint is not too far off, so somebody might try to make a move here. Here goes Amber Joseph, but way up on top, here goes Gonzalez as well. You could just see them, everybody's getting a little twitchy. And what will happen? Here goes the attack. And like I said, this is where Ramirez could struggle in a race like this. She just doesn't have that kind of acceleration. And so she's just trying to hold on here right now. When they come back around, they'll see 22 laps to go. The bell should be coming pretty soon as well. Amber Joseph trying to cover any attack. She's positioning herself where she could launch because she anticipates that Ramirez may maybe try again to pull away as they come for Bell. Here goes the train. Mendoza trying to get past Joseph. Gonzalez right
That's
there.
the bell.
Ramirez in fourth.
Amber Joseph taking maximum points from Maria Gaxiola Gonzalez, Yareli Mendoza, and Alexi Ramirez.
So again, not much that Ramirez could do in this situation. This is not her bread and butter right now.
Amber Joseph, 139. Yareli Mendoza, 130. Alexi Ramirez, 125. Maria Gaxiola Gonzalez, 116. Amber Joseph, 139. Yareli Mendoza, 130. Alexi Ramirez, 125. Maria Gaxiola Gonzalez, 116.
So those are your latest standings there. Ramirez with work to do here right now. She's in third place, and she's 5 points behind Mendoza, who's second, and she's a further 9 points adrift of the leader, Amber Joseph. So what will they do here now? And the riders, again, the fatigue factor cannot be ignored. That has to be a part of the consideration here. Do you have what it takes to sprint and recover fast or quickly enough to hold on to the final sprint? So we'll see what happens. Can they deny Amber Joseph?
Down.
Can they figure out a way how to lead her out here? But Amber Joseph is so well positioned. She's so well conditioned as well. She is just assuming these really great positions on the track, and the Mexicans can't really box her in. And again, Ramirez really in a between a rock and a hard place right now. She's not being allowed to just get away from the pack. and she can't sprint with the pack. So this is kind of like a double jeopardy for her. So what do you do, Ramirez? That's the decision that she has to make. If she goes too hard, she may have nothing at the end. So it might be her last kind of throw or roll of the dice. So we'll see. They'll be sprinting. They'll be coming for Bell in a short while. Can she keep up with the front runners here? So 11 laps to go now. They got Bell. Amber Joseph is in the lead. Mendoza is right there. Gonzalez is there. Ramirez is there. It's just Amber Joseph. They can't deny her.
Amber Joseph taking maximum. Yareli Mendoza, Alexi Ramirez, and Maria Gacthula Gonzalez. We are down into single digits, ladies and gentlemen. I'd also like to thank the Bike In team.
So again, the riders now with under 10 laps to go, with 9 laps to go. They'll come back to see 8 laps actually, as they go through this sequence very quickly indeed. So these riders, I'm sure, will be looking forward to a couple of days off. And maybe just go to the beach and just relax. Some of them will have to travel immediately to their next assignment or their next meet. And that's the, people only see the sort of the glorious part. That's the tough part of being a professional athlete. Sometimes you live out of a suitcase and you just go from venue to venue, event to event, and you're just doing the same thing over and over.
Yareli Mendoza, 133. Alexi Ramirez, 127. Maria Gacthula Gonzalez, 117. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please take note. The final sprint is for double points. This can change a lot.
Well, it will probably only change the second and third place, because with 144 points compared to 133, even if Mendoza wins with double points, that will give her 10 points. She could only get to 143. Already Joseph is up to 144, and she will get at least 2 points in the final analysis. So you could basically gift the win to Joseph once she stays in the saddle and completes the race. The battle for second could be tighter though. Ramirez and Mendoza, 130 and 133 and 127. That's what separates them.
4 laps to go for our elite women Omnium. You need to cheer them on as they come around. That's right. The Carnival of Speed has been the best late entry of the century.
So here they come now again. Ramirez trying her best here now. This is her only hope.
Elite junior and under 23.
So here she goes as she bolts now, trying to stretch it out here. Again, does she have the power? Does she have what it takes? It's not her strength. The biggest strength is not her sprinting, but it's her endurance. Does she have the speed endurance this late in the day to hold off the others? Remember, everybody is tired now. And can she get there? She's coming for Bell. And that is not good news for her because she couldn't separate. And here goes the others. Amber Joseph looking to win it and win it convincingly. But Mendoza is trying.
It's time around. Get to your feet, ladies and gentlemen, and applaud Amber Joseph. Let's hear it for Yareli Mendoza of Mexico. Alexi Ramirez of Trinidad and Tobago, Maria Gaxiola Gonzalez of Mexico. What an Omnium event this was!
So again, there is your winner. Amanda Joseph of Barbados, 154 points. She will end with unofficially. Ramirez will end up in third place on 129, 139 to Mendoza, and the other Mexican, Mendoza, 121 points to close out the proceedings. So the Omnium champion among the women is Amanda Joseph of Barbados, as she soaks up the applause here at the Cycling Velodrome in Couva. And the Red Army is certainly giving her props.
Team Dry Face Sport, hats off to you. We return on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
And that's for the National Track Cycling Championships here at the National Cycling Velodrome. So that brings the curtain down on these two fantastic days of racing. Congratulations again to Nicholas Paul, back-to-back sprint champion. He won it in the Speed Paradise on Wednesday and Thursday, and he won it again in the Carnival of Speed on Saturday and Sunday. Congratulations to him. He, of course, will be the headliner. Another sprint title to him, a track record in the process. So that is the situation here. On behalf of Jason and the rest of the entire team, I'm Ruskin, thanking you so much. Thanks to all our sponsors for making it possible. And remember, stay with us on 360 TV. We have 3 fantastic days of cricket coming your way. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. We have the Under-17 North-South Classic on Monday, the Under-19 North-South Classic on Tuesday from the National Cricket Centre, not too far from here. And then we go a little further south when we go to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy on Wednesday for both the girls and the boys secondary schools intercol finals. So we hope you could join us here on 360 TV. And on that note, we say goodbye from the National Cycling Centre in Balmain, Couva.